Hey y'all, I hope everybody's doing good. Sorry guys, took me a minute to get in here. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Hey loves. Hey guys. Oh my god guys. Mina, how am I? How is your girl? Guys, how is this Cancer full moon treating you guys? Because this Cancer full moon plus the intensity. Let me know if you guys can hear me as well, by the way, because I've got my mic all the way over there. But I'm trying to obviously get as much volume into this space as possible. So let me know if you guys can hear me. But yes, this Cancer full moon with the Mercury retrograde in my moon sign is kicking my butt, y'all. I'm just observing at the minute, okay? I am just taking it all in and seeing, I guess, what classes are coming to a close. And what classes, I guess, I may be resitting next season. We'll see. Grade papers are going to sort of come up during next week because Mercury finishes its retrograde next week. We actually have Mars. I think Mars went direct yesterday. So there is some movements about to start taking place for 2023, and I am with it. Oh my God. It's going to be my right eye as well. He's jumping. So I don't know what's coming. We're going to have some good stuff, I guess, populating in the air for these 2023 energies. But definitely let me know how you guys have been finding the energies because it has been intense for me. These updates has been... I'm barely present. Honestly, I am barely present. I was in two minds about whether or not I was actually gonna like stop into the space to read tonight. But once I came and I saw that you guys already kind of like had your stuff out there, I was like, okay, cool, I'm on assignment. They don't care if your girl's not like all the way. So basically, like for me, I properly I'm glad that I came as well, Mina. But hey Ariana. Hey, Ricky. Oh, hi. Welcome. Just giving you guys a little bit of a download on what's been going on. But I literally, like, I was struggling because I'm like, so for me, I feel like all of the stuff that's going on subconsciously as well, like I'm really sort of like attuned, I guess my humans up there, right? With the conscious stuff, as far as like being aware of what's going on when. So I've just been literally sat there all day, just watching and observing. Like I'm living life and stuff. I'm doing my Happy New Year, Samantha. Yes, 2023. It's her. Mind you, we'll see what we make of it, right? Oh, guys, you know what? I had to stop in today. I was like, no, I can't leave them out there in these Friday the 13th streets. Okay, listen, that belief system I'm updating at the minute, but it has been in full-on activation. For today, there's been so much chaos, so much chaos that I'm kind of like, I guess, waking up to in terms of the resistances that I have to some things that I'm manifesting. So it's been interesting. It's been a really, really interesting class. But hey, we move nonetheless. Okay, we're going to take notes as we go along as far as these classes. But how have you guys been doing? How are you guys finding everything? I'm like trying to make space and clear space. Dang, I'm like, oh, snap. Okay. I am a Pisces. Do I give Pisces energy? Is that what it is? Yeah. I'm a Pisces, but yes, doing a lot better these days. Oh yes, Mina. Oh yeah. Honestly, guys, we're gonna just notice that I always come in late, but it's YouTube's fault because they never. I know that's something that I mentioned in. So I'm gonna be like, I guess, plugging these spaces into the actual platform. That's supposed to have been a thing, but I've been working on it. So you guys would be able to get the notifications as well. And I'm gonna get better. If you go and like subscribe to my website, I think it's somewhere around somewhere. you'll be able to, I'm going to start sending out newsletters to let you guys know when I'm going live and stuff like that as well, just so that you guys are in the know, because I'm on assignment for 2023. And now that it's finally here, yeah. I do have a fish face. I get that vibe. It's all good. I love it. No, I love. Okay, so we are going and diving into the free list. Do you know what? We're going to sort of see who's here and kind of like work our way through the list. And we'll see kind of what unfolds for us, guys. It's going to be interesting. So first on the list, let's see who we got first on the list. Mina. Okay, awesome, beautiful. Let's go. Hit me with it. First reading of 2023. Guys, this is going to be an interesting year for us. Okay, so we're going to start with the thoughts on, so Mina's question, guys, is what are the thoughts or feelings of Mohammed Hassan towards me? Okay. Oh, my drink is some barley squash. Okay. My drink is some barley squash. I've got some alkaline water in there. I'm trying to kind of like get grounded. I'm trying to get grounded at the same time, but hey, we will unravel in the space and see what we can find whilst we're here, guys, because they brought me an assignment for whatever reason. I need to be here, right? Because I didn't know if I was going to make it here today, but snap, they're like, it's not a day off. You got one of those last week, and technically we got you to do like a pre-recorded. But it was so funny because from the pre-recorded video, I feel like probably most of those the crystal stuff probably applied in ways that I wasn't even anticipating. I was like, whoa, this should hit the fan real quick. Okay, Mina. Interesting. Clarify. What does that mean? I know, right? I know. Okay. Interesting. Okay. And what are we working with in terms of the... Okay, let me get this deck and we'll work with that. Okay. So I'm just sort of getting all the details as far as what's going on for you, Mina. We're going to unpack the feelings and then I'll tell you what they're saying with the dynamics of the cards I've got here. Feelings. What are the feelings? Okay, thank you. Quick and easy, right? Oh, interesting. Okay. Clarify that. In what context? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So in terms of the thoughts on the situation, Mina, what we've got is it seems like there's a little bit of a challenge. Like this situation feels like a little bit of a challenge in terms of like there's some contention. So the thought process is based on the contention, the inner conflict that he's kind of feeling with the situation. It feels like, yes, there's decisions that have been made, but there's still this natural chemistry that he's kind of like pondering on. But he also is focused and distracting himself with the career aspect of things because that's a good place for him to go and bury his head in the sand. That's how they're showing me that situation. So that's a place for him to go and bury his head in the sand, whilst he's kind of not necessarily processing these feelings of guilt and second guessing and questioning. So he's almost kind of trying to rationalize with these feelings of angst that he's navigating through. And his actual, the thoughts are actually the dialogue of his feelings that's taking place. By the sounds of what he's going through at the minute, there's no separation between the two. So his mental plane is really entangled, I guess, with his emotional plane at the minute. In terms of his feelings on the situation, so we've got a lot of like young energy. So this is like areas of I don't want to say immaturity. I want to say lack of development. I'm going to say lack of development because it feels like, in terms of the context of this, he's definitely restless. And for me, I don't know, whenever I'm like thinking about something, my goal is to think about how to resolve said thing that I'm spending all of my mind space and capacity thinking of. But he's not necessarily looking to solve this issue, basically, is what I'm saying. He's just trying to avoid creating any further conflict or tension with the situation. And he's kind of just focusing, like I said, burying himself into work as a good way to be able to distract himself from feelings of regrets and second guessing, maybe in terms of actions that he's kind of taken with where you guys are with the situation at the minute in terms of the dynamics that you guys are dealing with. What's the actual guidance for Mina in navigating this situation with Hassan? As clearly as you can, because it seems like oh, interesting. In what context? What does that mean? Sorry, I'm going to dive into it. Yes, to your question, Mina. We actually had a conversation about this earlier. So I guess I was in the rehearsals. Kind of like how we had like a rehearsal show last time. I was in the rehearsals before coming in. It's so interesting because the guides are now sort of like giving me prequels coming into the space of some of the discussions, but they already sort of let it be known that there's stalking that happens. It's sporadic. It's not as insistent as it was before. Like before, it used to be a lot more like frequent. It's not as frequent as it used to be. I think it's like when he chooses to acknowledge those feelings of regret and guilt, then he'll go to the habit of the stalking type dynamic and situation. But yeah. Oh, it's not as frequent as what it used to be. Clarify that part for me and give it some context. What do you mean? What action needs to be taken on this situation? Because you're saying take action, but what exactly would you advise? Okay. Noted. Okay, I'll stop that. I'm sorry. They're literally the conversations that are going on, like on my, yeah, it's funny. They were like, okay, drop the cards now. We already see what's going on. Okay, so they're saying that at this point there's no peaceful resolve to the situation, right? This is the peaceful resolution. This is as peaceful as a resolution to this situation can get right now because it is complex and complicated. So as of right now, the action to take is, I guess, no action. There isn't necessarily the air, I guess. And when I say the air, the stars, all of that stuff hasn't necessarily aligned for a reunion as such. So there's still a case of having to kind of like navigate through the process of moving through this attachment and how it may trigger other things to come into you guys' orbit along the way, right? Because these emotional ties are going to push you guys in like different directions with you guys still having this connection that you're kind of like playing out. I mean, on a soul level, there's conversations, I guess, that he would like to have to like really give closure as such. I feel like that's really the conversation or the desire for the conversation. The conversation desire is the subject matter of closure. And I think that though that's something that is like wanting to be done beneath the surface, like I said, there's a certain level of maturity that hasn't necessarily been developed just yet. It hasn't manifested to full force. So that spirit of courage hasn't fully activated for him to be able to act on those feelings in spite of the fact that he's carrying like this heaviness of this unresolved situation. But the stars haven't necessarily aligned for you guys to even open back this wound. It needs some time to be able to kind of like seethe for a little bit. It needs some time to like come together for a little bit. And then I guess you guys will kind of like see how things play out. It's just like a not right now. They're saying a not right now type situation. And that's all that it needs to be for right now. Okay. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. Guys, I see you guys are in a fun mood tonight. And I'm not talking to you guys, I'm talking to the guides because they are in a funny one tonight. And we're utilizing the space. So, okay. Oh, all good, beautiful. All good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have Ash 13 next. I think Ash started putting stuff out there. Let's see. So my Aries friend asked me if I will be okay if she asks my ex Anil to go out with her. Apparently he asked her out for drinks earlier this week, but she told me we'll think about it. If she does decide to go out with him, I have nothing to worry about. Okay. That the question is, will anything happen between them? I don't know if I can trust her, to be honest. Girl, she can't trust herself. You can't trust her. I'm sorry, Ash. No. Okay, let me clean that up. Okay, let me clean that up. What I mean by that is so this is how you kind of like understand the dialogue of like which representative or spirit you're speaking to, because we all possess different elements of self, right? When she said if she does decide to go out with him, you have nothing to worry about. That was her trying to kind of like soften the blow for you, should she make that decision. The reality is that she may actually sort of like decide to go out with him. So we're going to sort of pull the cards and have a look and see how their situation is going to play out. But I'm just saying, as far as like trust, just understand it's not a question of I don't know if I can trust her. Understand that right now in this, because we're in the class of boundaries, y'all. Okay, so when the planets go retrograde and stuff like that, it's kind of like giving us an opportunity to understand where we need to affix different aspects of the circumstances that we're navigating through. So this is a boundary for you that you're learning. She's actually breaking your trust in the situation because, well, okay, when I say that she's actually breaking your trust, she's operating the best way that she can with the situation, right? Where I'm saying that she is breaking your trust in the situation is the fact that she's even considering it. She is approaching it in the best way that she can to be able to make sure that it's a healthy dynamic for yourself in terms of you being able to navigate the situation. But as far as her being trustworthy in the space, that's still questionable, okay? Because she isn't coming to you and saying that this is what's going on. The answer is no. And I'm telling you this because I've played these scenes out. I played the scenes out from both aspects of the situation, actually, when my mind was a lot more fragile to these scripts in the universe and I didn't really know what roles I was being casted for, and I would just like show up to any scene and just play whatever role I was like being projected to kind of like serve. But I'm letting you know that the fact that she's already thinking about it means that you have to understand that when it comes down to situations where, because how can I put it? I'm going to pull some cards. I just need to let you know, I need you to understand that aspect of the situation, because this is going to shift the tides in terms of the dynamics of you guys' friendship, irregardless. And I speak to you on this like my soul is like, I'm doing an inside cry right now because I've experienced this on both realms of existence. And like it's something because my lineage, like, I don't even want to get into it. I was about to say my lineage, we have like ties with like these succubus spirits and it entices men and stuff like that. So sometimes we'll just get like put in these types of situations and stuff like that. But with this friend, just know that the dynamics of like you being it. So now something has entered the space between the dynamics between you guys. The spirit of trust has been broken. So you guys are going to navigate through a shift, and I'm not projecting anything. I'm not plugging anything into your mind. I'm just making you aware that that's just naturally how these things play out, right? It's up to you now, obviously, how you navigate through the process of the situation. She may prove herself to be loyal. I'll say that much. So we're going to pull some cards and see how things will actually pan out with the situation. But I need you to know the dynamics that you guys are navigating through, because again, your boundaries are being tested during this phase. That's just what these are the classes we're navigating. Beautiful. It's unfortunate, but hey, we're learning more. We're learning more as we go along. And I read the fact that she even asked me to go out with him. I would never do that to my friend. And this is what I'm saying to you, that something has shifted in terms of the dynamics within the friendship. And you learn exactly what that thing is because it has to play out, basically. Okay, just so that you can become aware. Okay, so in terms of the situation, guys, you guys see what's going on. So we want to understand for Ash and her friend and this partner, this ex-partner, Anil, what do you see happening in terms of the context of that scenario that's going on right now with them? Okay. And what will ultimately be the outcome with the situation? Okay, let me get okay. Hold on. Okay, I'm putting it together. What what would that actually, like, what would be the outcome? I know that that's where. Okay. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Okay. So I think oh, Samantha, I don't think it's your turn yet, beautiful, but I am going to be coming to you soon, I think. I think you would be next on the list, so I'm going to come to your question next. But yeah, so the situation, I don't see her going ahead with it. So I'm thinking, because they're saying, or at least if she decides to, it will be something that you're blindsided by. So what they're showing me on the situation, right, is that oh, see, this is where it gets tricky. Okay, understood, guys. Sorry, I'm getting downloads. Beautiful, bear with me. Okay. So what will ultimately be her answer to the situation, as far as what will be her answer? Because ultimately she's the one at this point with like the balls in her court, right? Which is shady of him to do, to be fair, and put her in that position. But we know how these scenes can sort of go. Okay. So let's see. From what they're showing me on the cards, right, her answer ultimately is going to be a no on the situation. It's a no-go. And the reason why I had to sort of like really, really clarify here is because we were talking about the possibility of it being something that you're blindsided about later on type thing. I think he may be a little bit persistent. So I don't think that this may be like a situation that you deal with on a just now in terms of like what you guys are navigating through with the situation. It may show back up later on as well, potentially another Mercury retrograde, perhaps, because these two, it tends to be like a bit of a portal where these classes kind of show up, and then exam season again, your friend has to be put in a certain position to kind of like show how much she's grown from being put in the decision. So for right now, it's a no. I think is going to be her response as far as what she gives him with the situation. But I do think that he may be a little bit persistent to kind of like chase her down. I don't know whether his persistence will weigh her down to a yes. And that's why I'm saying that there's still potentially like more to this chapter that's kind of like playing out. Yeah, there's more to this dynamic that's playing out for you guys, but she is going to say no. And then the ball's back in his court, and he decides what he does from there. So it's going to be interesting. Okay. Dang. Hate those scenes. Never fun for anyone involved. I mean, it feels fun, like, I guess, depending on what aspect of it, like for your ex-partner in it, there's like a thrill, I guess, because obviously it's your friend. So there's like a thrill, even if he refuses to admit that to himself, that thrill is there. And then for your friend as well, it's almost like there's like levels of anxiety, but also there's like flattery in it at the same time. So it's like a lot to kind of like navigate through at the same time. But dang, can't stand these scenes. It's soul destroying to friendships, but as well, it shows you exactly where the friendships actually are and like the strength, I guess, of the friendships. So cheers to y'all. Okay, Samantha, I'm gonna come to your question next, beautiful. Okay, so let's wrap that up. And all good, Ash. I'm glad that it was useful for you, because there was quite a bit in there. Quite a bit in there. Oh, will my child dad come back to know her this year? Oh, okay. I'm going to reword that question, Sam, if you don't mind. The reason is when you give them direct questions, they give you riddles. And I want to save us the bother of trying to decipher a riddle. So I'm going to, I guess, reword the question in a way where we can get as much clarity to build context to get the answer to that question. Because we're talking about a whole 12 months. Like, there's so many decisions that goes into like a day, let alone like the entire year. So I'm going to build context on it. So what I'm going to ask is, how do you see things playing out this year with Samantha's co-partner and the child in question? We'll go with that. How do you guys see things playing out with Samantha's co-parent partner and the child in question? As clearly as you guys can, please. Okay. Office. Okay. Okay. Not necessarily why, but what is the purpose of that? Put it into context. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. Right. So this is a situation, my love. Um, I don't necessarily see him coming back in this year to kind of like be a constant um, in her life. I see the situation. Do you know if he's involved with someone else romantically? I want to sort of clarify that because there's a context of that aspect of the situation that needs to be clarified. But yeah, I don't necessarily see him coming in. It seems like he's navigating through some restrictions in his space when it comes to being able to kind of like fully present in that space. And I see him kind of like going through the process of just, withdrawing and just being in that place where he's causing, um, yeah, probably involved with a lot of women. Well, this is the thing. This is the thing that's kind of like, okay, so the way that they were giving it to me when I was like receiving the initial download on this situation is that his fear of commitment is actually one of the things that is keeping him away from being able to present as a father figure to her, to the child that you guys share. So because he doesn't necessarily have a desire to be in a commitment, he doesn't necessarily know how to show up outside of that space and be able to co-parent with you in the capacity that you guys desire for that type of dynamic. And also, I think that from what I'm sensing with the situation as well, I walked away from him when I found out he was cheating. Yeah. See, this is the thing. He doesn't necessarily, I was just going to finish up and saying as well, he doesn't necessarily want to have to like face the decisions of his past as well. So he doesn't want to have to like, I don't want to say hear the nagging, but he doesn't want to deal with the ramifications of his actions. And that's how I guess this childish quality, this immature aspect of himself is navigating the situation. He's kind of cowardly backing out of the situation because of the conflict with you guys. He isn't able to present as a father figure to the daughter that you guys share. I that not much is going to change with that during the course of this year. His fear of basically facing the destruction, I guess, that he's created himself, his fear of actually facing that is it's grand. That's all they're saying to me, that it's grand, it's great, like it's big, basically colossal even is what they're saying. So where he's like in the shadow of that, he's not necessarily in his right mind. He's not, and when I say in his right mind, he's not in his father mind to really understand, hey Jamie, he's not in his, I'm doing, girl. I'm doing. I was saying to the guys earlier, I'm like navigating through the Cancer full moon energy, which is kicking my butt with Mercury being retrograde in my moon sign. But we move, beautiful. So with the situation, right? He doesn't want to deal with the ramifications of actually like having to work through like facing the destruction that he's caused, the lack of teamwork, in the dynamic, and it's almost like he's made his bed and now he's kind of got to lay with it. So it's really, really quite intense. I'm gonna come back to you, Chelly, because I'm gonna I'm gonna find out what it was like for you as well, because it's been interesting, very, very interesting class. But yeah, the missed opportunities, I guess he's just kind of like accepting. He's willing to accept, basically, because he's gonna blame you. He's gonna blame you. He's gonna blame, basically, what you would have potentially done and what he felt like he would have been experiencing. And these are some of the thoughts that he tells himself. Um, yeah, figures his ego and I thinks he's narcissist. Yeah, I guess we all have narcissistic traits and tendencies, right? It's kind of like when we go into our primitive mode, but he's definitely in that place of like full on narc mode and activation, right? It's intense in terms of like him basically just kind of like abandoning his child, for lack of a better way of putting it, for the sake of not necessarily being man enough to really face just exactly what it is that he's caused. Yeah, he's not going to get his shit together this year. I'm sorry. 2023 is not his year. 2025 may be more appropriate. I know that sounds like, damn, I gotta wait till then. But honestly, like, he's navigating through his own levels of awareness. Like, there's only so long, like, even when we carry these things and we kind of like bury stuff, right? Like, there's only so long we can bury shit for, because eventually, like, even like it sounds weird, but even the dead rises. Like, I'm here speaking to spirits, hello. But it's one of those things, right? Nothing kind of stays in the dark forever. So like things just naturally, energy, I guess, transfers, like it evolves. So with the situation, he's going through his process of growth, but it's a lengthy process, and that growth doesn't happen this year. This year he's going through the depleting year. Next year he's going through the breakdown year. 2025 he goes through the breakthrough year. So he's still got some way to go yet, which means that you're going to have a lot to carry during the process whilst he's figuring all of this stuff out internally. Cover your child, because my heart goes out to her. Like, I'm definitely not, my soul's doing like inside cries, guys, like real talk. Because obviously, like, this is just breeding contention. Like, as he navigates through the process and creates these, he plagues her now. He's basically selling pieces of her to spirits of abandonment, unfortunately. So she'll have to navigate through the trauma of this. But hopefully by 2025, when he's a little bit more adept in optimizing his not personality, hopefully he'll be able to like make up for this time subsequently, so that her wounds aren't as, how can I put it? Like, it's not as like deep, basically. At least he can come in and help her heal and mend to some degree. So God has plans, I guess, for him. He has to go through understanding how much he can bear, and what he is willing to sacrifice to bear the loads that he carries. So pray for him as well in the process. I know you probably really don't want to, but from the aspects, I mean, you're not praying necessarily for the partner that cheated on you. You're praying for the co-parent partner that you need in this partnership to be able to obviously come together to allow for the best wholeness experience for your daughter that you guys have created together. But don't worry, during this time, God's going to make sure that you get your flowers for this period that you're going to be navigating through. They do want me to put that across to you. And this time that you're going to navigate through will continue to strengthen you and will only benefit your child together in the long run, because right now her being in the energy that he's carrying is not necessarily the best thing for her, universally speaking. It's unfortunate that the outcome of that is that she now develops abandonment wounds, but you are equipped to be able to like navigate this process. Okay. So take your time with it and be gentle with everyone involved. Okay. Whoo, that part. I hope that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys, who do we have in the space? Thanks for the likes, guys. It's interesting being on here, like actually on YouTube, because usually I'm on StreamYard, so you girls like doing stuff now. But yeah, I don't know where the list. Let's see who's next on the list. We've got Sachi Shetty. Where are you? If you're here, let us know and put your question out there. It's not way different. It's not way different. It's just different. It's just different. And I think that that was one of the things, like I did it at the back end of last year, the first time. And they were like, right, you need to get this together because you're going to be on assignment in this space, so that you can really learn it, so that you can cultivate it and all of these types of things for assignments this year. So it's interesting to just be here, right? And actually like, do stuff like this, Shaylee. Like make you a moderator. Look, that's the thing. That's what you said to me last time as well. Okay. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna read for that question. So if anybody's like, so Mina's asking Sakshi's question, because they're not here, like presently here, I guess, but their question, they were smart enough to be able to get someone to put their question out there. So that's sidebar, guys. Whenever you guys have those types of situations, you might want to like tell somebody that you know that's maybe like after you, hey, do you want to like put my question, keep my question, put it on a notepad, and yeah, when it's my turn, just throw this little gem out there for me. How was the Cancer full moon for you as well, Chaley? Update me, girl. Because I am not even fully present. Okay. I keep coming in and out, and I keep trying to like explain to people that I'm not like fully here, but only my homegirl Charlotte, who's also traveling, gets it because she keeps letting me know, oh girl, I'm back. Nope, I'm not back. I'm not fully back. I'm still fragmented. I'm just still calling back the pieces of my soul that's kind of like, you know, I guess integrating into like these new updates that we're having. Yes. I board randomly off and on for a few days, girl. Mine wasn't necessarily so random. I guess there were things that were like old wounds that were being processed that hadn't necessarily been optimized. And I feel like this was almost this Cancer full moon kind of like giving me an opportunity to release some of the baggage of those. That describes it so perfectly. Yeah, honestly, that's that because I'm sorry, I'm like not actually like getting words out, but I am coming to Sakshi's question, guys. Don't worry, I'm like it's a chat, right? I need you guys to really grasp and understand as well. Like this whole thing affects us all. Like genuinely, yes, it brought up everything that I have not fully dealt with yet. I was like, okay, I know that I hadn't necessarily dealt with it, but I at least felt like I came to terms with like acceptance of certain things. And then what I learned in the cycle of this Cancer full moon is that basically me accepting certain aspects of some of these things, I hadn't actually accepted it per se. I basically just, how can I put it? I kept moving. That whole we move, I kept moving basically, right? Is what that was. And now I'm learning that I still like, even though I kept moving, that wound still needs addressing because that fake accepting is no longer serving. Ain't that funny? They called me out during this Cancer full moon. It was a trip. It was a trip. You are a human being. Yes. And we love you. And it's good for you to talk with us. Yes. No, thank you, man. No, because sometimes, like, literally, obviously I come in here and I want to be able to kind of like do my job, right? I'm on assignment. But at the same time, like, for me, you guys are probably, you guys get it more than anyone because you guys are consciously navigating the process as well. So, like, to come into the space and just kind of like catch up with you guys, see how it's been going for you guys, what you guys have been, the integration has been mad. Like, I didn't know that I was going to actually make it here. Like me, okay, like me, this is me, okay. Where I was earlier today, I'd say that was probably like 35% optimized. I wasn't fully here. Like now I feel like I may be like 75-85% optimized, okay, because I'm not fully like, but yeah, I actually tried journaling and got like 4 words down and couldn't. It was too much. Yeah. The integration is real at this point, right? There's so much. It's a lot. Right, now we can go and get into it. Okay, Sakshi's question: what are the current feelings of Jamshir towards Sakshi? Let's go and dive into that, y'all. That part. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like looking to see what I can do. Okay, okay. Come on, guys. Sakshi wants to know Jamshir's current. We're gonna start with the feelings. Jamshir's current feelings towards Sakshi. As clearly as you can. Okay, this is interesting. Oh. Clarify for me. Yeah, we're gonna warm it up. Sorry. Okay. Clarify. Put it into context though. What does that mean? Okay. Bear with me. Okay. 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 Interesting. Okay, well, talk to me on the thoughts on the situation then. What are his thoughts towards girl Sakshi? What are his thoughts towards her? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so put this into context for me on the thought process then. Ah, interesting. Okay. Okay. So, gonna keep it all the way 100 with you, Mina. So you can let Sakshi know. So the feelings on the situation, right? What I saw is that there was like this sense of I guess I wouldn't say crying over spilled milk is probably the best analogy that I can sort of like give you for it. So in terms of his feelings on the situation, it's almost like there's the will to flirt, but there isn't really the will to kind of like make an effort in terms of action after the flirting, right? And that's just kind of like where he's at in terms of his actual feelings on the situation in general, in being able to kind of like navigate the situation with Sakshi. So he's not necessarily willing to make an effort, but he will flirt all day, every day, if he can. Um, so the thought process on the situation now is it necessarily even worth me continuing to perpetuate this flirting dynamic and situation? Like there's kind of like a quick turnaround type thing that's kind of happening at the minute, where there's like this change of like confusion and indecision on the situation. um I don't necessarily think that they're going to like pursue this romantically. Like, if I'm completely honest with you, looking at the cards, um, oh, what were you guys talking about? Sorry. Okay, beautiful. I will. I literally, it's funny because the guys were telling me to pin the list earlier. So you're good. They got you, girl. They were telling me earlier, and I was going to, like, they said to me, like, on the next one that she does, pin the list. So they got you. They figured. But thank you for actually vocalizing. I appreciate you, beautiful. Look at that teamwork, right? Okay, so yes, Chaley as well. Definitely get a good night's sleep, Mina. We want you to be well rested, beautiful. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna get through Sakshi's reading for you. Ultimately, I don't necessarily see him actually like pursuing this. I think he's a flirt, but that's as far as it's going to go with the situation with him. I don't think he has the will to actually like pursue anything beyond just kind of like this flirty persona. So just keep that in mind. Let her know, if she's looking for something serious. Unfortunately, he's not it. But if she's bored and she wants someone to talk to, he's a flirt. So that part. Listen, everybody has their uses, okay? Everybody has their uses. Everybody serves a purpose in their own little way, for something. So yeah. That's all I've got for her on the situation, to be fair. That's all they're giving me with it. All good, beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Well, you let her know. You let her know as well. Okay. Um, Shruti, don't doze off. If you can't, what I'll do, somebody, if Shruti does doze off, I guess like put your question out there, Shruti. If you do find yourself dozing off, and then I'll pin it, and then what we'll also do with that is, I guess, write your name in the chat at the time that we're about to do your reading, as well, so that you know. Okay. Right? We're getting more efficient, okay? 2023, that's what we're doing, y'all. We're getting more efficient. We're like gonna keep on the assignments and do everything that we can, okay? Oh, you guys are all so sweet. All the love. You guys are like, oh, my little heart's bubbling with all the love. That's so cute. Sorry. I'm like going through the chat. Oh. Okay. Let me have a look at the list. My bad. Sorry, y'all. Okay, Smoradina. Smoradina, are you in the building? Are you sleeping? Smoradina. Drop your chat. Shruti's funny. Noted, Shruti. I got you, girl. I got you. I don't think Sakshi's here. Sakshi. No, Sakshi's who I just did, no? Yes, no, Sakshi's who I just did. Smoradina's who I'm doing now. That one, that scrambled my mind like eggs for a minute there. Smoradina, are you in the building? Are you in the building? Are you in the building? Sorry. Oh, I told you guys I'm not like actually fully here. My mind's like wandering. My mind is wandering in the astral realms. I don't think Ariona fully kind of like made the list per se, but it was kind of like, okay, if anybody isn't here, then she'd be able to kind of get added onto the list. So I don't think Smoradina's here. Angelic Love, my love, are you here for the 2023 action? Are you here? Let's see. Okay. Smoradina is not here. Angelic Love, are you here? Do we have you in the building? Sorry. Sorry, y'all. I just did something and I can't see it. Okay. How many of you are? Shruti's here. That's what I'm trying to understand. I don't know if Angelic's in the house or what. And then we've got Gypsy, Ricky. Oh, I saw Booby earlier as well was in the chat. Did he not make the list? Do you know what? I'm gonna kind of like, I guess, open the list to some capacity, but it's something that I have to sit and like speak to with the guides because recently I've been having like really long readings. So that's why I had to start capping it because sometimes it just goes on. Oh, Utah and New York in the building. Yeah, you guys may have to revise the list. You guys may have to. Can we get like a show of hands who's actually sort of like here from the current list, and we'll kind of like create the list from there, and then kind of like move on from there. Because right now we want to know about Smoradina, Angelic Love, Gypsy. I've seen Ricky in the chat. I don't know if Ricky's still here. I know Shruti's still here. And my YouTube account. Yeah. You know, I think for Smoradina, I know they're not, by the looks of it, they're not here. So I know Ariona is probably going to get added to the list. But Angelic and Gypsy, we want to see if you guys are actually still here with us. So let's see what we've got going on. Have I been to Jamaica? I am from JA, girl. No, I'm going to Jamaica next month, actually. It's my 33rd birthday. One day I'm like this chapter 33. Listen, I haven't been to Jamaica since I left when I was 12 years old, just after I finished primary school. And when I'm at that place, I guess, where God lets me know it's time to share, I didn't anticipate I'd be going back on these circumstances for a visit, but hey, you know, life has a way of lifing. But I'm looking forward to it because I was literally like I was born and raised down there, so a lot of my I guess belief systems were embedded in that place, to be fair. Like, my love for God was rooted in Jamaica. Like, we had morning devotion where we were just forced, like, to love God. I haven't been to America, no. I don't know if I want to come. No, I'm joking. Okay, so my partner and I, we've got plans, but not necessarily just yet. We want to kind of like wait for some things to kind of like die down, politically speaking. We're going through a lot of movement to kind of like clear out a lot of things between now and 2025. So maybe by like 2025, we might visit, depending on where we are with some other sort of like business ventures and stuff that we're working on. But no, I haven't, but I'm looking forward to going to JA next month. I'm sorry, just a heads up as well, guys, like I won't be out there and like reading as well. I'm sorry, I'm literally going home for like the first time in like 21 years. I'm really just going to be sharing space with family and catching up. Okay, I'm just giving you guys a forewarning from now. Okay, I'm going like the day after Valentine's, and I'll be back in like March. So yeah, I love that. I'm going to. I've always been. Oh, listen. Okay, so who have we got? Sorry, I'm like still trying. The chat window is like this small little thing. Ah, dang. Okay. Okay. Sorted that. Sorted that issue, guys. It wasn't the chat thing, it was me. That part. Good. That is going to make it. Oh, yes. No, definitely. My soul's gonna love that. My soul's gonna be like, ooh, and my human's gonna be like, I get some time off. Because even when I've got time off, like I'm one of those people that's like, oh, I need to do something, so I have to like find myself doing something. But yeah. Shruti is next. So do we have a new list populated? Where are we at, guys? Where are we at? I want to do a Southern gentleman. It's an American thing. Oh, I love that. Yes, definitely. We're on Shruti. Okay, so this is a new list that we've got. Yeah? This is a new list, and that's final. Ricky isn't in the building anymore. Ricky's left. Okay, listen. We're going to go and dive in. Okay, I'm going to prepare. Yep. Okay. Guess they didn't get around for their reading. Okay, that's all good. So your girl's gonna be finishing up early. I might actually make this like 90 minutes thing. Let's see if I can do this. Oh God, I'm like super excited now. Sorry, not like that, but like if I do that, then I'm like creating a new pattern for 2023, which means that I can like break the old sequence of 2022 because I would be exhausted going to sleep after all them channels. I can't lie, you guys. Shruti, hit me with your question. I think you did actually hit me with a question, Shruti. Actually. Oh, 2023. There we go. Right. Shruti wants to get some, like, give us some insight into 2023 romance class for Shruti. How do you see that one playing out? Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Let's do that. So show me. Shruti. 2023 romance class. How do you see it playing out? What do you see sort of like unfolding for Shruti? Any love? this year. Okay. Interesting. Okay, we'll clarify these two and put it into context for me. Gonna be an interesting class. So, what we have. I came here before you went off to watch. Definitely, Shruti, definitely. Oh. Sorry, I'm like reading what's going on in the chat. So, Shruti, what they're showing me in terms of the context for you this year, this is going to be an interesting one, right? So you will have romantic offers potentially sort of like coming in. And when I say coming in, you're going to have to sift through the BS type thing. There are manipulators and deceivers in there. They're showing me that throughout this year, there'll be about 3 suitors who will come in or present themselves, 3 suitors who will present themselves. And you're going to be sort of like sieving through the process. 2 of them are coming in to show you where you are in terms of your previous naivety. Interesting. When it comes to certain things, right? Like the tendency to sort of like see the red flags and kind of keep moving down that path where the red flag is basically saying danger, danger, alert, danger, right? I
don't have an answer for that.
It wasn't for you, Bixby. Thank you. We're doing that in 2023 too. So, yeah, with the situation, right, they're showing me that 2 of these people are coming to kind of like show you a little bit about where you kind of need to speak up, I guess, for yourself in the sense of, again, they're sort of like bringing back boundaries. So about 5 months from now, so there's a few sort of like aspects to the situation. 5 months from now, there'll be a situation where there's something kind of like, I don't want to say coming to an end because it's like something starts around about springtime, and then around about like 5 months from now, there's some eruption within the context of that then leaves or creates space or opens space for the potential of another opportunity, right? Another suitor. And then the wave of that situation as well lasts for about 2 to 3 months. And then after that situation, I have to say after that situation, because I don't necessarily know that it's closed, but it just feels like basically like they aren't necessarily matching your needs and values pretty much, right? They come as suitors, but they're not necessarily matching your needs and values. And this is the process of you kind of like sifting through the BS type thing. There's one that has potential, but there's still some work, I guess, to be done. But for the most part, you guys' core values and belief systems align in a way where it's workable. So compatibility is about a solid 63.5 or 7. They're saying depending on the perspective that it's observed through, the lenses that it's observed through. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? The compatibility thing is just like, okay, so you guys have like what, 36.3 or 5% of yourselves that pretty much may be in opposition in terms of like belief systems or value systems that aren't necessarily like in the same paradigm of like existence, right? So you might have a whole different construct in terms of like these things that you guys have your different areas of beliefs in. But they are potentially a better option in comparison to the other two. The other two were kind of like 52 percentile and like a 55 percentile compatibility rating. So it was a lot less likely and requires more time and dedication and like serious grafting and work to kind of like make those situations happen. The final person kind of like comes in towards, I want to say, the back end of the year. I'm not gonna lie, because there's a process of kind of like sieving through these couple of testers, if you will. They're kind of like the universe kind of like asking you, is this what you want? Is this what you want? Are you sure this isn't what you want? Type thing, right? So those two testers sort of like are the process of you being able to affirm what it is that you want. And then there's like the third one, I think that there's like natural chemistry that formulates this attachment before there's a cognition of, is this what I want type thing. But because the percentile is like a 63 percentile, at least, you know, it's kind of workable, I guess. So you kind of decide from there where you want to sort of like go with the situation. But I see that that's kind of like the back end of the year. So you asked about this year. They're not giving me any further like insight into the story because you've asked about this year. So they're cutting me off the timeline because it's only like an ask about this year. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you because they gave much tea. They said as well, like in terms of the context of this, you're going to sort of like need to let your friends assist you in you know, just like talking through your feelings about certain things, because as you sift through like the BS with certain, like with the first two suitors, I guess, you know, sometimes like with these emotional daggers, people just do dumb shit and it hurts, you know, and they leave these emotional scars. And they're kind of advising, you know, speak to people like wherever you kind of feel safest to be able to kind of like express your pain when you navigate through these situations, I guess, with these two individuals. And friends as well, like you'll be surprised. Like friends can come in archangels in the form of archangels manifested as just like a friendly person who's just there, like letting you know that they're a shoulder for you, like in just like a random time. And I think that you probably have at least one or two of those moments as you navigate through the process of this as well. So I think that that's kind of like a forewarning for you. So they want to let you know that the yeah, to be open to receiving that as well, as and when you need those moments, because it is going to be useful for you in terms of being able to heal from some of the scarring as you go through like setting these like effective boundaries, which are like your solid hard nose. Okay. But yeah. Oh, you guys are cute. Not happening again. I am red flag detecting Machina. Oh, you're funny. You are funny. Hey, Katie. No, Bixby is like constantly just on one.
I didn't understand that.
That's because I wasn't actually speaking to you, Monitor. Thank you. Right? I was like actually trying to put it out of the way, but I wanted to also keep my phone close just in case type thing. So that's why. Okay. If you do want to donate, Katie, you can be added, I guess, to the donation list. You'd be the first on the list. The details are in the description. So let me know. In our area, and that will be the weight. It makes sense. Hard to find someone who has similar belief system as mine. Yeah. It's a challenge. Test year. Well, it's fair enough. Universe should take some tests, provided I'm not going for any tests recently. By shooting myself, no, you're good. You're good. Smoradina, where were you, love? Dang. Dang. Okay, I'm gonna bear with me. I'm gonna check Cashapp for you, Katie. Smoradina, you can sort of I guess be added back to the list. Angelic as well. You're here as well. What the hell, guys? What was going down? We're gonna have to do something about the list, guys. The list has I'm now Danny. Okay. Danny would be okay. I see that Shaylee's keeping up because I'm like, who's Danny? Okay, so Smoradina, we did miss you. I'm gonna go to Danny's question, I guess. You know how the whole donation process situation works. I did get the donation. Yep, can confirm that. So that's cool. We're gonna go with their question, and then we're gonna go back to Smoradina, Angelic Love, and then we've got Ariona and Chaley on the list. Dang, y'all. That was me getting gas. I'm like, oh, I might get it. 90 minutes gone. But that's cool. We're good, guys. We're good. On that note, let's see. I think you did put your question already, right, Danny? Okay, Katie. Oh, how does the history of family spirituality connect to the very beginning of my existence before I came to Earth? I've been told before I am a starseed. Oh, sorry. Like I said, sometimes I forget that I'm like actually like responding to these things like real time. Oh, this is sorry, I'm like getting tinted. They're activating me for this download, girl. Okay. I fully just felt that Kundalini go up my spine. Dang. Okay. This is going to be an interesting trip. Thank you for the question. I'm gonna prepare myself because they are going to utilize you, girl. Okay, so bear with me. Mm. Mm. Okay. Sorry. We're gonna do a crystal reading. With the situation. History of my family. I put starseed in the parentheses because I read the term doesn't truly exist now. No, that's the term exists for those who believe. It's like people who don't necessarily believe in God, like atheists. Just because they don't believe in God doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. They're simply unaware of God's existence. So it's the same concept for this starseed thing. But yes, my love. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? So we're gonna get serious here now because you wanted to go into like history of ancestry, right? So the way that they are putting it to me, you are essentially somewhere along the way. I want to say 4 or 5 generations back. In fact, the fifth and fourth generation, before you, this is where this the need for you sort of started to play out in the existence of time, right? That's where there was a shift in the lineage in terms of the way, the hearts of so you come from a powerful lineage, I'll tell you that much. You come from a powerful lineage, but that power started to get abused. The fifth and fourth generation back, that power started to get abused because it was misused. It's almost like things would be done in a fit of rage, or like things would be casted through ignorance, essentially. And these, I guess, God observing, that's how they're putting it to me. God observing these unfair ruptures kind of like taking place. That's when it was decided that there was a need for yourself. So throughout the last 3 generations prior to you, God has been working at cultivating the hearts on this lineage that you've been assigned, right? I feel like the 5th generation is when the 5th generation back is when the shift really like was the greatest, because this person, their trauma, stemmed from a dynamic where, how can I put it? So there was something casted at another female, the tongue, right? There was something casted at another female due to infidelity, potentially, in a relationship dynamic. So I want to say paternal grandmother on the not grandmother like grandmother now, I mean like paternal fifth. So hold on. So there'll be you, mama's the next one, grandma's the next one, great grandmama. So great grandmama, paternal father side, right? There was a situation where there was an ignorant casting. There was an ignorant casting that was very blasphemous to a soul, basically. There was infidelity, I guess, to do with the situation. And I guess it hardened her heart. And she said things out of turn and just responded from a place of hurt. And that brokenness trickled through the generations, I want to say, after her. And some of these things you're definitely here to rectify. And I say some because you won't necessarily be here for long enough to clear up all of these, but you will set things in motion for at least the next 2 to 3 generations after you. And by the 4th generation, again, things start to, I don't want to say fizzle, but it starts to, hurt starts to plague the generation again. That's the best way that I can put it. Hurt starts to plague the generation again. You're going to, so I hope you're sort of like taking notes wherever you can on situations, but some of the assignments that you're kind of like going to be breaking, because you are basically justice being served to that lineage. That's the best way that I can put it. Justice being served to that lineage. Hey, Brownie. So yeah, some of the things that you're going to basically be here to navigate, the lineage has a she-wolf spirit. So what do I mean by this? Full moons tend to be very full moon specifically, not necessarily new moon energy per se, but full moon energy, because the women genetically have been optimized to a degree where there's this tendency to hold begrudgeful feelings to some degree, right? So when these things are being like forced out externally during cycles of full moons, it can be like pretty intense. So you're here to navigate through the she-wolf spirit, which generally tends to also come with a man-eating spirit. So when I say man-eating spirit, it's like the spirit of bitterness that tends to push the masculine partner away in terms of dynamics for the runes, I guess, of the soul of this ancient, this, I wouldn't say ancient, but this ancestor on the lineage. Like, obviously, we all share the collective hard drive. We've got the lineage hard drive, and then we've got the individual hard drive. So for the lineage hard drive, like, her pain genetically lives within your body as well, right? Within that hard drive. And like, some of these things have a way of manifesting themselves basically based on certain triggers, right? Because the body has a way of remembering. And even though this isn't necessarily your personal experience, the genome, I guess, life force, genetically speaking, or tissue, that kind of like breathed existence to you, so great great grandmother on paternal side, um, her pain still lives within the hard drive. So you're clearing out a lot of her trauma in this lifetime. You're clearing out and helping her to heal on the other side as well, a lot in this lifetime. And you will embed seeds for at least the next 3 generations. And like I said, even though I can't like necessarily see beyond the third generation, of like whatever it is that you embed, like it being like anchored, it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't take in the fourth generation as well. It just means that there may be some turbulence there, and I'm not privy to the information after that fact, because they have to walk that path to truly gain awareness and insight of where they actually want to take the course of their journey, because that's the design for that soul that is intended to come in when that timeline meets itself. And another thing that they're kind of like talking about as well, because of your actual assignment, you will tend to attract men who has a wounded maternal spirit within. So they tend to have a lot of mummy issues, whereby they will draw from your natural nurturing energy. And this is a part of the process to assist that nurturing energy, because it's going to need to be optimized for, I guess, when you get to that place in terms of what you're then able to feed into the generation after you, right? Yeah. And this is the thing as well, right? Because of these like spirits that are connected to the genetic genome. So it's like the genetic blueprint, basically. It's not like the only reality, it's just the subconscious reality, unfortunately, until we learn how to become conscious of the pattern of said reality. And then we can like shift the paradigm and quantum leap onto a different timeline and kind of like shake things up, right? And manifest the reality that we're actually sort of like intending. With the levels that you're sort of like dealing with in terms of this situation as well, do you have how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to give me your age if you don't want to, but do you have children? That's my next question too, because yeah, there's things that they're sort of like putting across as well, and I need to be able to sort of like put it into context. Okay, no kids. Okay, because the reason why I asked that question is because they were saying that you're not necessarily at a place genetically speaking the souls assigned to you just yet. There's still a lot of optimizing to navigate through, and the people, I guess, that you come across, the men. I was told my spirit. I was told by spirit I had a mission. Yeah, yeah, and that's precisely it. You do have a mission. It's a pretty big job. I'm not gonna lie, because it seems like this wound for the great grandmother, even in the unwaking life, this is something that, even though like she's made peace with it, she left where there were pieces of her soul that was still begrudgeful in ways. Still begrudgeful in ways. So a lot of that stuff within the hard drive is actually being updated. So as you kind of like navigate through the process, like with these men that are basically coming in to optimize your strength, your practicality, your independence, to be able to ready you for interdependence as well, with the right partner, because that's the thing as well. Another thing that you'll kind of like be strengthening as well is just like the family dynamic of just the strength of the two parent household, because sometimes we have two parent households, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're healthy households to be in, right? So the right partner as well is kind of being, he hasn't necessarily been ordained just yet. He hasn't become the man that God has ordained him to be just yet for you. So he's still in the process of becoming. And when the time is right, you guys will align, because it's, I guess, written to be that way as far as like your purpose here and those who will come after you and the purpose for their existence. But yeah, you yeah. A star seed, just to sort of like put it into context for you in terms of the way like they describe it, a star seed is nature's way of rectifying an unfortunate karma for a lineage, right? Where something gets stuck in the genetic genome based on somebody else on that lineage. And it takes someone else coming in to be able to process at the depth of the hard drive to be able to release certain barriers within the hard drive, to make way for like generations to come. So yeah, you are basically karmic justice being served on that lineage. You're the cleaner, basically. That's what the star seeds do. They clean up. They clean up on all different levels, like emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, like astrologically, like in terms of like, you know, working with the elements of the planets and not necessarily against it. So yeah, like this is where teamwork will be restored through you, and you learn how to actually do it and become a reflection of it, so that the next three generations after you will be able to identify the exemplification of it, so that they can also then again just move to the coding that you embed during your time here. Okay, I hope that was useful for you. Dang. Anything else, guys? Okay, that was it. I hope that was useful for you, because they gave like a whole shebang. Okay, girl. So that was definitely worth the donation. Okay. That was like the only time I get like downloads like that is when I'm like in my space dealing with my stuff, where they're telling me like the story of why this happened so that this can happen, and this and this and this and this and this. But we had to go there to be able to like really break some stuff down. So just continue to do like what you're doing, my love. Like continue to do what you're doing. I hope that I was able to answer that question for you, like genuinely. How about Valentine's Day go for me this year? No worries. No worries. Katie, I'll tell you what, my love, you can ask your question at the, because I've like popped your, may I ask another question? Are you able to see which demographics my family was in? What do you mean? What do you mean when you say which demographics my family was in? Because you have to be specific in terms of like, there's been, how can I put it? So there's been like updating and upgrading, like what countries? Oh, that one's a little bit more tricky. I have an idea of some. Hey, Chris. I think we're actually sort of like closing out the space. We're kind of like finishing up with the last few, I guess. Let me unpin this one and then pin the new one. Okay, let me pin the new one, the new list, sorry. Just so that I've got it there as well. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, people travel so much back in the day long. See, well, this is the thing. There's a few different it goes deep, and this is why I said to you, that isn't necessarily like a question that I can answer and give you the context, because how they're even showing me, there's like so many leaps and jumps to the situation that it's hard for me to even like put it into context. What I will say to you is that you have deep deep native blood, and you have, what happened, Chris? Sorry. Oh, he retracted his question. You have deep native blood, and you have how can I put it, guys? You come from a lineage of many high priestess before you. That's just the best way that I can put it, because they're showing me like, if we're going to talk location, it's completely different. They're just showing me that there's been different practices, traditionally speaking, in terms of how your lineage has practiced its ability to utilize like its powers and practice its craft. So that's the best that I could do for you in that situation. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of different cultural practices in there. So yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't like give you more precise. I'm getting two lands that I've got, Dominican Republic. I have got as well Guyana, and I've also sort of I had Cuba there as well. So again, these are all things that could have happened at different timings of the lineage. This is why it's not as simple as that. Like some questions that we ask are so actually like complex. Like sometimes I ask questions and they start to give me like the threading, and I'm like, do you know what? I don't even want to know. Like I can't keep up with like how long it's going to take me to actually get to the answer. But no, I do hope that that was useful for you, whatever that was. But yes, my love. What I am going to do is check out Ariona's question. Listen, you'd be surprised, okay? Sometimes I'll ask a question and I'll be there like, an hour later coming down from the answer to that question. I'm like, shit, is that the time already? Like, damn, guys, you guys had me there for like ages. You guys had me there for ages. Like, you guys took so long to take me back. That was such a long flight. Okay, so, okay. Oh, okay, so for Ariana, oh, let's see these you're saying. Okay, we'll use these. We'll start with these guys. How do you see Valentine's Day playing out for Ariana this year? How do you see Valentine's Day playing out for Ariana this year? Oh, dang. Okay, girl. I'm gonna go fetch the cards because they ran. Okay, let me leave that there. Okay. Ooh. That's another thing. My body's so fragile from like navigating through all of these energies. It's been so dense on my body that my body's like, oh, girl, I need to sleep for like a week. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hmm. Whew. Okay. Sorry, I'm like receiving the, yeah, the insight. Okay. So I'm scared, but at the same time, my expectations aren't that high. No, that's good. It's always good to manage your expectations because I think that happens like so many times. I have to go back and like, okay, let me dial this expectation back a bit and like be realistic in terms of like my now reality, right? In comparison to like my ideal reality. So looking at the situation, my love, it seems like the lead up to Valentine's Day in itself. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like still getting downloads. So I had to stop and receive that there before I could even speak at the same time because it was just like, okay. But yeah, so as far as like how things are playing out for you, I do see it being a lone soldier. I do see it being a lone soldier. And I'll explain to you why. The context of this from what they're showing me, right? With the situation. Hi. So the context of this, from what I'm seeing with the situation is to do with basically like they're almost trying to sort of show you you know what drives you basically, and not necessarily kind of like allowing for the wrong things to drive you. And when I say the wrong things to drive you, I guess just kind of like observing through whether or not this is like innately you, or if this is and when I say innately you, I mean your sun sign versus your rising sign, which is your projected self, which is pretty much like how society sees you and engages with you and interacts with you. So are you being core self, which is sun sign, or are you meeting the expectations of rising sign self, which is how the world sees you, engages and interacts with you? So they're kind of, I guess, the course of this isolation, I guess, this prison time, right? Because that's literally prison time. Okay. Girl, I is feather rising too. Dang. No, I'm burglarizing, and people read like I have to try my best to be able to like make sure that I'm not like showing up basically as who people expect me to be in all the scenes. Like sometimes I'm actually showing up as like Mimi, like Pisces me. That part. But yeah, so it is going to be in isolation. I'm not gonna lie, it is going to be in isolation. But again, I think that this is basically for you to really understand what it is that you actually truly want. I'm sorry, man. I didn't even want to I didn't want to put a downer on the situation, but it's not all bad. What's the advice, guys? Well, okay, thank you. That was quick. Okay. Trust. Well, another depressing, lonely band. No. It's not necessarily depressing, lonely. I mean, isolating, yes. Okay, let's change the word. Let's swap the word lonely out for like isolating, because that's what they're showing me. It's more of an isolation for you. Just so that you can really actually define, because you're kind of like moving to the beat of the collective drum, basically the collective hard drive, as opposed to the independent hard drive when it comes to this situation. And they need you to kind of like get your focus in focus, because I'm not going to say that you're not necessarily going to perhaps have options per se. It's more so that you're going to have to trust your decision to not reconsider some of the options that you do have. Okay. And that's all it is. No, isolation isn't any better. No, beautiful. But it feels a little bit better. Like, so basically, like isolation hits a little bit better. It vibrates at a little bit of a higher frequency psychologically. And that makes it a little bit less of a like emotional dampener. So that's why I said isolation as opposed to loneliness, because loneliness, like the vibrations all the way down here. Isolation is like, oh, it's a choice, right? Choice being, oh, I made a choice and it led to said consequences type thing. But yeah. You did, Ricky. You did. But because you were here already, okay, I'm going to let you guys get back on the list. There's no new people that's going to get added to the list, however. Okay, because I'm not necessarily. That's okay. That's okay, my love. I guess your therapist needed to be able to like warm you up, okay? Needed to warm you up for like the call, for when we kind of like unpack the situation. But yeah, this, my love, Ariana, is basically like just an opportunity for you to kind of like, yeah, exactly that. You needed that, man. Yeah, this situation for you is to be able to sort of give you an opportunity to do some sort of like inner reflection, so that again, like when you go through the process of like feeling this moment or whatever and like navigating through this moment of isolation, what it will do for you is then again reassure you what you're looking for in a partner, so that you can then again position yourself to be able to go out there and kind of like manifest accordingly. Hopefully I won't be working. I don't want to be seeing other couples and feeling insecure. Nobody wants to be lonely on Valentine's Day. No, they don't. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's one of those things, like they're saying trust this process. Like it's not that you're not going to have options, it's just that there isn't necessarily a likely option that you feel is like a viable candidate like that. So it's more so a case of like you being in a position to make that decision and kind of like trust that you made that decision, and that's the right decision for you to make at that time. I already know what I'm looking for in a partner. I don't know how many times Spirit wants me to tell them what I'm looking for in a guy. Okay, so when you kind of navigate through the process of the situation, kind of like, I guess, taking some time to manifest as well. Because sometimes it's like more conflicting parts of ourselves. There's a part of you that wants it, but there may be a part of you that fears what comes along with it. So you have to like address the part of yourself that fears some of the things that comes along with it, because that may be the very thing that's basically causing the delay. So I'd say maybe even sort of like start to have a look at some of those aspects of the situation. What you're looking for in a partner, great, but also some of the things that you may be kind of like shying away from when it comes to relationships, right? Like the considering somebody else's feelings, and maybe having to, because relationships take compromise. It takes like the balance of being able to do the dance of submission with compromise. Both partners have to like submit at different points, based on what expectations are being met in situations. So I'd say maybe have a think about some of the things that you're kind of like not necessarily looking forward to in terms of relationship, because you say that you want to date, and I guess the people that spirit is presenting to you as options for the things that you say that you want, you're not necessarily picking those people per se. You're actually picking against the very thing that you say that you want. And when I say that, the very thing that you say that you want, for instance, a nice guy, basically, spirit may be presenting a lot of them to you, but the chemistry isn't necessarily there. And because of the chemical imbalance, it's like, well, I'm not really interested in you type thing. So you seem to kind of like be going through the motions of some of those exercises. Yeah, I may not be attracted to them. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing that keeps kind of like sort of like coming with it. Look, with the situation, this Valentine's is going to play out how it is going to play out, right? But I wish someone who I was attracted to would ask me out. Yeah, beautiful. Me too. Unfortunately, they don't necessarily match some of the qualities that you're looking for, which is why I guess it hasn't necessarily aligned. And if you were, I guess, to go into some of those situations, it really would just be like a very casual situation, which isn't necessarily something that you're looking for as well. So these are just some of the things that are playing out at the minute, unfortunately, my love. But trust the process. Okay. I know that's probably the last thing that you want to hear, but do trust the process. Okay. The right person who meets your needs and criteria, because you've been asking for so long, will come at the right time. Okay. And they'll come with all of that like attraction and chemistry. It might take some time, because obviously some of the qualities that you want, I don't know, the way that they're building the men for some of those things these days, maybe that might be the thing. I know, I hear you, beautiful. They need to come now. I hear you, girl. I hear you. I don't know what's taking so long. Listen, sometimes the ordaining process takes some time, man. It's unfortunate though. But yes. Okay. Who've we got? Oh, Che Lee. Come on, beautiful. Hit me with it. Sorry, guys. Needed to get myself nice and ready there. Let's get the heat going again, because I was like burning up before. I was like, whoa, it is hot in this. That part, right? Okay. So we're going to do Chaley's question next. We've got Smaradina. If you're still here, let me know, because obviously I know you missed it earlier. And we've got Angelic back in the building. And then we've got Ricky. What must I say? Awesome. What's the question, Shaylee? Sorry. Oh, am I Lauren? Okay. Okay, so see, this is interesting. Right. Let me do something. You guys can still see me, right? Okay, just wanted to see. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm shuffling the cards for you. Again, the direct question. Okay, this is a direct question. I'm going to see how they actually answer it. Sorry, my body just had like movement. I literally just felt a shift in my solar plexus as I said that already. So this is going to be interesting. Okay. Kaylee, would you say that she's a Lyran starseed? Okay. Okay, clarify that to me. Oh. Okay. Yes, beautiful. Yeah, it's just yeah, different types. Mm. 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 Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just like throwing out like random noises out there. Um, what does this mean? Okay. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm literally like I'm laughing because I'm thinking about like just yeah, the way that I'm receiving the download on the situation. It's more so I'm like, oh god, my ears are even like my like physical ears are going deaf to like receiving spirit at the minute as well. Like, so this is the situation, right? So this is what they're saying. Are you this I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like I don't know, but they're making me laugh with the situation, right? So the way that they're giving it to me, right? They're like, are you a Lyran? they go, well, you're being optimized and built to the degree of perspective of said Lyran. But which is funny, right? So basically you are and you aren't. So let me put it into context. You are, because that's what you came here designed to do. You've still got 2 more deaths, they said. 2 more deaths. So there's 2 big waves of ego deaths that are occurring before you get to that level basically of activation, right? So that's why I was laughing. Oh god, like my crown's tickling at the minute as well. But that's why I was laughing, because that's what they were saying. They were like, well, you know, the ordaining has been ordained, but has the ordained manifested? I think not. They crack me up. Like, they crack me up. Do you see that? This is why I said, like, about asking direct questions. This is the shit they do. Like, you ask a direct question, right? And then they go and give a whole bunch of riddles to the situation. So to answer the question, yes. Okay, yes. You are a Lyran, okay, because you have been ordained for such likeness. But your human still being optimized to said degree. Okay, you're still being optimized to walk in such anointing that has been, placed upon you. But yeah, your guys are funny. They remind me of your energy, actually. They were like, I'm sorry. They really tickled me. They tickled me for that. They tickled me for that one. Okay, guys. Thank you for that. Okay. Yeah, apparently I'm gonna do something big with healing or tech or something. Absolutely. You've got 2 more ego deaths. They are. They are. They are. It so reminded me of your energy. They are funny though. They are funny, but they did get to it. They were like, okay, so basically they're optimizing for like 2 more ego deaths. And after those ego deaths, then you kind of like go into full activation of like your human being optimized. That's it. Dry and sarcastic. I'm like, they were just making they're making me laugh. They're making me laugh. I'm like, damn. Like, yeah, they're funny though. You must get like bare jokes. My guys are a little bit ratchet. They cuss me out and tell me about myself. So that's why we have the relationship that we have. Okay. But no, they're funny. They're funny. You guys must get like so much jokes together because yeah, they're interesting. But yes, so you're kind of like under like the success, I guess, of it at the minute, and then there'll be a point where you'll be over the success of it. So yeah, 2 more ego deaths. They didn't tell me like when or what they look like. They just said they are 2 big breaks. Yeah, they're 2 big breaks that has to sort of like come to be able to kind of like set that consciousness into vibration, right? It's good for you to laugh. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. They were funny. They were funny. Okay, hunty. Oh, they're hilarious. That is too funny. Oh, dude. Oh, God. But yeah, I was told I need to start using my ego more. Yeah, I think it's one of those things, right? Where in terms of the how can I put it? Do you know what? I feel like sometimes people confuse the id and the ego. Because I feel like sometimes I've even said that, and I think after the fact, when I say that I've said that, right, like afterwards the guys will come and they'll tap me and they'll be like, you know, that time when you said ego, you know, what I was speaking about was the id, right? And I'm like, what you mean? Right? The id is more like the primitive senses that is like really tapped into the subconscious at a deep level. So it's kind of like, instead of like having access to the conscious mind, which is like 5% like the browser screen basically, the id would kind of like be more connected to a lot more of the hard drive basically, to be able to give context to how to navigate and delegate the human through certain situations. So I'm not going to say use your ego more. I am going to say utilize your id more, because that's what they've said. They pulled me out. They're like, no. The ego, I mean, the ego is technically the ego is technically more when you're dealing with the human existence of life, but the id is for when you're dealing with the metaphysical existence of life. So yeah, that part, right? So yeah, I hope that was useful for you though, beautiful. Keep me posted on these like breakthroughs, right? Because I guess there's so much coming. There's so much coming for you. Smuradina. Oh, will I get a government job soon? Okay, let's go. And we don't want to use the word soon, because our soon and their soon can be tricky, right? Okay, beautiful. Well, keep me posted on it. Keep me posted and let me know, because like last time you did, you know, your protection stuff. So you're like growing into these places. So there's like 2 more ascension points. Yeah. Sorry. I believe you. Can you feel it as well? I thought it was just me. Sorry. No, I'm like literally, I'm quaking in my trackies at the minute. Okay. Because I was like, oh, I've got a bad headache. Oh, I'm sorry, Smoradina. I'm sorry. Oh, dude. I can't with Shaylee. Don't worry about it, Smoradina. You're good. I'm glad that your guide brought you back into the space so that you can, you know, I guess clear this question off your mind by putting some clarity to the context of the question, right? So let's see. Smuradina wants to know, right? Will they get a government job? Oh, did y'all see that? They just went flying across the table. Yeah, no, I can imagine, beautiful. There's like so much going on in the air at the minute. It is feisty. It's feisty. They were like, literally, right? Let's get it out there. Okay. Let me have a look. Smuradina, Charlie wants to send you some healing energy to help your human while you're, yay. That's nice. Okay. Oh, interesting. That's so nice. That's like a nice warm cuddle. That's a nice energy, Charlie. Oh, it's so nice to be like because the energy is being passed through from Shaylee to Smoradina, but like we're all in like this space experiencing like this connection. Like, I don't know if you guys can sort of like feel it, but there's like a nice virtual cuddle that's going on right now in that space, which is lovely. It's like it's like a bedtime story. Okay, so. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Mm. Sorry, I'm really just receiving the downloads to get an understanding. Mm. Okay. Mm. Smaradina. Okay. So clarify. Put it into context. I get that. I understand that. Okay, give me a direct answer on what this all. Okay. Okay. So what's the advice? Y'all have lots to say there, though. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that's so nice, Shaylee. Thank you for that. Say, oh, there was a lot of thoughts up there. The stress has been real for Smerodina, so I understand when you say that the crown was like heavily blocked. It must have been distorting a lot of like thoughts as well, like bringing up some irrational thought processes. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm literally just bringing all this stuff together and putting it into context for you, my love. Sorry, Mira, we're finished up for the evening, my love. The list is closed. I think we've got like two more people. We've got Angelic Love and Ricky. And then we're going to be sort of like finishing up for the night. But we appreciate you for stopping in. Maybe check in next week. I had to be in these YouTube streets for tonight, Friday 13th. But yeah. But thank you nonetheless. Check in with us next week. Subscribe and hit the notification so you can get notified, because usually the list gets closed pretty much before I even go live. So yeah. Thank you there. So this is what I want to say to you on the situation, Smoradina. So what they're saying with the situation, right, as far as like the job, a government job per se. So this is going to be a tricky one. This is going to be a tricky situation. Within the next few weeks, there is going to be an alliance of sorts sort of like coming through. I want to say between 3.5 to 6 weeks. Maybe it might get around to like 7 weeks marks. because there's like, it seems like things starts to go around about 3.5 weeks, and then I don't know what happens. It just feels like it takes some time for it to actually sort of like cultivate. Is it already? Yeah, the list is closed. The list is closed. We actually like done a few other stuff, but yeah. So back to what I was saying, Smoradina. The situation is that it is a tricky. See, this is the thing with it, right? So this is it. Like it feels like there's still some things that needs to be like considered with the situation, right? There's still some things that has to all the way align with the situation. So they're kind of showing me that like I guess you will kind of persevere against the situation that you're kind of navigating through. So it will come with like, financial breakthroughs and just the kind of balance to everything, where you can kind of like feel a little bit more grounded and a lot less up here. You're a little bit more down here in your energy in terms of like the lower chakras, in terms of how you're carrying yourself and your energy instead of constantly being like in the like upper chakras, like heart and upwards, because like there's a lot of angst. It is going to be an alliance. Yeah, I want to say like 3.5 weeks, possibly. Like I said, between maybe up to 6 or 7 weeks, because it seems like it's like I feel like things starts to ground potentially, like there's conversations, right? And then I feel like at week 5 something actually I've got a lot of pressure, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can sense. um yeah, it is going to come through, but it's going to take some time. Yeah, yeah. It is going to come through, but it's going to take some time. The situation is, I feel like word gets to you around about 3.5 weeks from now, where it starts to actually like move, right? Where it starts to move. Something happens by week 5 where it's like, okay, things are really like grounding, the momentum's building, the momentum's picked up. And then by around about like week 6 or 7, then things are really sort of like solidified. Okay. Right now, you probably wouldn't even want to catch a job in the Mercury retrograde energy because it wouldn't last anyways. It's not like you know, um, it's not going to be like something that's going to be beneficial or long term as far as like the long standing. But this is a great, there's a great energy with the Mercury sort of like being retrograde in Capricorn to be able to allow for the universe to align a solid plan, because Capricorn energy is very solid, it's very stern, it's very fixed in its nature. So the universe is kind of like, I guess, working at all of the finer details and somatics for you. Let that aspects of the situation kind of go, in terms of just, and what I'd say, I know that there's pressure, so it's not as easy said than done, but it's like there are certain things that you're worrying about which isn't your concern. Do you understand? So what do I mean by that? There are certain things, I think it was the other day, what was I doing the other day? What was it? Archangel Shamuel, can I get some assistance, please? That was it. I had I had my I know, right? That's what I was saying. Sorry. I was like super excited about that. I was like, oh my God. Like Mars retrograde was like draining the life out of me. Like I'm looking forward to actually getting some life and optimism back. That's one of the things that's really actually been affecting me as well. Because I'm like, yeah, now that the Mars retrograde is kind of going like into direct motion as well, like I'm updating from the spirit of procrastination where it had served me for the last 2.5 months whilst Mars was in retrograde. And now all these assignments I'm going to have to like get onto. And I was literally saying earlier today, it was like, I feel like I'm supposed to be doing these things, but because Mars's energy is only just going direct, I feel like I have to wait till after like Mercury's come out of retrograde next week, and then like I'll fully be able to benefit from the energies of this Mars retrograde, this Mars direct energy that's now starting to move, right? So, you know, that kind of situation. But what I'm saying to you, my love, that's a good timing. That's a good timing. Because if they're saying around about 3.5 weeks from now, I guess Mars, the Mercury retrograde will also be over, but not just the retrograde, the post-shadow period would be over as well. So Mercury is going to be able to kind of like just align to make sure that you get all of the right stuff to get it done. My career is also in Gemini. Mars is going direct, and I start my juju. Sorry. Sorry. That's what's up. We love that. We love that. Yes. No, it's not a coinkydink. Okay. But yes. Let the energies play out. Let the energies play out. You see what Chaley just said there? Like, there's a reason why they've given me the timeline of 3.5 weeks from now. That's potentially when the stars, the energies, the movements are starting to really align to say, okay, now the unlikely air is clearing, right? In about 3.5 weeks from now, by week 5, you'll get into a position where it's like something that is a potential like beneficial fruit will actually, I'm not going to say like land in your lap, because it's not necessarily just a land in your lap. You will kind of like be positioned to be at the right place at the right time to receive the incoming information. And by around about week 6 to week 7, I think by the end of week 7, I feel like week 6, there's interviewing stages, all that kind of stuff. Week 7, there's like grounding the actual fit for what you're praying for at the minute, right? That was what I was saying to you as well in terms of like the worry situation. Archangel Shamuel just sort of like reminded me again. So with like sometimes we overdo with like our worries, worrying. Yeah, because obviously for yourself, obviously with the Mars direct energy moving, that's obviously countering anything that the Mercury energy is doing for your chart. Unfortunately, I don't know, it may not be the same case for Smaradina's chart, because they're showing 3.5 weeks, then 5 weeks, then 7 weeks ground. So there's a process, I guess, for you to kind of like navigate through Smaradina. And yeah, this is what I was saying to you. No, you're good, beautiful. You're good. Yeah, I'm so worried about that. Listen, this was a thing that and this was so funny, right? Because my guy just checked me again as well. So just to sort of like put things into context for you, like I know you've got a lot of worries and you're human supposed to be at this place, right? Because this is going to be all the breakthrough stuff that's basically going to like put your mind into perspective of all of the things that you need the money for. Basically the money is going to come because you're going to have all of your whys. These monies needs to come in and what they're going to need to be paying for, right? I literally had a situation, my car was being MOT'd the other day, and I was like, I hope it like everything goes okay and all of that kind of stuff. So I was like putting like scripts out there, and the day of my MOT, the guy who was coming to pick up my car, he got into an accident. Mercury retrograde energy. My car also got hit, like on the passenger side a little bit, and then also like all of these things, because my whole thought process was like, I hope the MOT isn't like costly, basically, because this was going to be my first time seeing what the MOT on this car is like, as far as that process, because I only got it in October. And it was like, whilst I was there, like pondering and fretting on all of these things, I remember I heard one of the angels, like as I was like worrying about certain things, I got to a particular worry, and the angel was like, "Okay, you're overdoing it now. That's God's job. Let's leave that one to God." And I was like, "Okay, let me take that one off. Done. Daddy's got me on that one. Okay." Big pops, dad, God, same difference. I'm like, okay, daddy, thank you for the money. I appreciate it. Right. And literally, it just so happens that like the funds for the situation started to flow in to cover the magnitude of the situation as well. So it was interesting, but I say all that to say, like, don't over worry. There are certain things that God permits for you to worry on, because you need that worry to basically like drive you in a direction of choice either way, right? But there's certain things that you may be overpopulating your worry on that isn't even for you to worry about. Like money side of things, it might feel like it's your worry, but it's not, because Allah sustains us. Okay. So that's not even like anything for you to sort of like concern yourself about per se. I'd say what you can concern yourself about is, what are you going to do to be able to position yourself to make sure that you've got the right settings, basically. Because even though the money was starting to flow, I had to do things to get the money. Like last Friday, I had like session, a long session as well, a long coaching session. By like Saturday, there were other things kind of like coming in as well. So I had to work. Don't get me wrong, like I had to work to be able to like bring this incoming in. But it wasn't for me to worry about the money, because the money isn't like, that's not my job. Do you see what I'm saying? Just like it's not your job. Your job is to basically like position yourself to be able to, be in a position to receive, right? And what God is going to do in terms of working the situation in your favor is to make sure that whilst he's doing what he needs to do in the back end of things at the minute, you can actually just be, how can I put it? You can be blessed, basically. You can be blessed by the grace and anointing of others. So the right people, you'll find the right people will make the right offers to you, so that they can extend their anointing over your experience right now as well. Okay. But yeah, give it about like a good 7 weeks total, and things should be like, grounded a little bit better. Okay. But yes, continue to do what you're doing. Continue to look for the job. Continue to pray on the right job as well. Like that's so important. Like I know I come in like every week and I talk about praying, but honestly, like prayers of manifestation are some of the biggest forces. Like just like how like God decrees, things to be willed or whatever. We also need to say, hey, Mr. Director, big man. By the way, I was thinking this will be awesome in this scene, right? And I was thinking if I was like doing this situation, and if like this was a thing right here, and if I could have that person come into the scene right here and they could do all of this, oh my God, that would be like an awesome scene. Mind blown, right? Right? That type of thing. Like literally, sometimes that's literally the context of conversations. I'll be like, yo, God, seriously, right? Can you imagine if I had this situation and that situation? What do you think, right? Genuinely a friend, right? And I say all that to say, like, you play a part as well in the reality that you're manifesting for yourself. So if you're continuing to feed the fear of not necessarily like being in the position to provide for yourself and others financially, like you'll just continue to manifest more of your now reality. So that's why I say like get out of that frequency mentally. The money isn't for you to worry about because that's God's job. Exactly that. And God has the perfect job for you. So your focus is just worrying about enjoying life right now whilst you're in your refuge period, right? Whilst God has you covered from the hard work and labor that you're about to do. Live in this experience that you're having right now with gratitude, and it will speed up as well the very nature of the timeline that you're moving on to. Is like, oh, I'm really loving and enjoying like this time that I'm like having this downtime. I'm looking forward to being able to be more active just as much as well, but I'm really loving and grateful for this downtime. The setbacks that have come along the way has shown me the things that are more important. Like you basically have to shift the script, because the script is basically being written from worry and fear, which is now operating. So the law of attraction is now manifesting based on the law of repulsion. So your fears are basically manifesting your now reality even more, creating an extended version of your present. So best thing to do to get out of that, okay, wrap that one up and throw it away. Literally. Like sometimes I have certain thoughts and I literally do this. Like I take it out, okay, I wrap it up and I throw it away. Like I'm like, oh, but yes, it took me a minute to get there, but I did. It made a huge, definitely 100%. And sometimes I even have moments where my human falls back into like uh, old patterns in terms of dealing with certain situations. Like if it's a high intensity situation and it activates a certain level of anxiety that I haven't succeeded at just yet, then I may fall back into patterns of like feeding these fear-based like narrations and stuff. But honestly, just if you start to do that, like what it does is it elevates your vibration to that timeline basically where you are experiencing like your next experience, and you're able to kind of like bask in it, like, and have it as a present. Whereas right now, you're basking in your now experience, creating more of it for yourself just for a little bit. So the thought process, that's probably why basically they've given me those timelines actually, because again, the law of cause and effect, right? The thought processes that you've been having thus far may have put some things in motion for the next 3 to 3.5 weeks, which is fine. But there are things that you can do now that can set the turning point and shift in motion as well. So that's probably why they've actually like given me the context of the timeline in that construct as well. Right. And this was good because again, like the retrogrades aren't all bad, just like everything has duality, right? Mercury retrograde will take you onto old projects. This right here, Mercury like retrograde season right now, you're in this place and you're learning about your mental and some of the programs mentally that are no longer serving you in the way that you are communicating with the universe and the mixed signals that you're sending to the universe, because really you want the job, but you're telling the universe, oh, I ain't got the job because I ain't got the money. And that is where the shift needs to kind of like be reconstructed, where it's I am getting the money because the job is already mine and I am moving into alignment with said timeline where the job and I exist in coexisting as one, right? So you have to kind of like shift some of the scripts up there a little bit, but do that, girl, for the next couple of weeks, and trust me, like this now experience will be like the past experience, and it will be like, oh, glad I got over that bump. That part. Honestly, I'm 2 months behind on rent and I have to stop myself from freaking out. I just remind myself that I will work, that it will work out just like it always has. Exactly that. And it's hard. It's honestly, it's a challenge, right? It's really, really difficult. But Chaley, listen, Mars said, like, you said that you're about 2 months. So that would be like around about the time that Mars, like, retrograde was occurring and taking place. Okay. So, oh no, that's okay, Smaradina. Thank you for stopping in and coming back into the space because clearly you got like a lot more than you bargained for, man. Sorry, that's to Shaylee. And this guy. Okay, sis. Then I come back to you on that one about this guy. Oh, angelic. Yes, please, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, angelic. Oh god, you proper like popped it out there as well. Yes, I'll definitely be clarifying that for you. Amen, Smeritina, man. Thank you, beautiful. Best of luck with it. I'm gonna put a prayer out for you tomorrow morning as well, whilst I'm like, blessing the space from this space. I love you guys for showing up. Okay. That is, right? It's cute. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Smerdina. Okay. Oh. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you to Smerdina. She is beautiful and strong because she's like carrying a lot mentally at the minute as well. Do you know what? I'm gonna come in one of these like days. I'm gonna start creating a little prayer chain as well. We can just come in and just like sit for like 30 minutes and we can like go through the chat in terms of like what people want us to pray for. Because trust me, my prayers of manifestation, they be out here and they be working. Okay. I'm like, sidebar guys. Can you get that one to God like as a direct message? I don't want that to go to like voicemail or anything. Can we get that like direct to the big man? Oh no, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you. I felt like sharing it as well. No, I appreciate you there. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know what? Sometimes I've questioned my humans question like I say I've questioned, but I have to be clear, like my humans questioned, okay? Like, oh well, why do I have to be the bigger person? I don't want to be that kind of person. I just want to be human. And then my conscious self is like, no, girl, you know what we signed up for? We're on assignment. What do you think's gonna happen to us in the life afterwards if we don't do this? We know what we're doing. The consequences are even greater if we're conscious and then we make the choice not to. You know how this goes, girl. Please. So then my my consciousness starts begging my human, like, please, can we just work as a team, please? Then my human's like, no, I've had enough. Like, you don't know how this goes. Like, this shit is hard. I'm sorry. Like, so now because my consciousness is like just observing my human at the minute. It's just observing my human, right? Because my human was like having a little bit of a breakdown over the weekend, okay, with the Cancer full moon energies because I had to release some stuff, right? So after that, it's like now because my human had like an emotional eruption on the weekend, like randomly, so sporadic. Like I thought, like your girl was cool and calm and collected, but the emotional eruption, like, let me know where she really was. So now we're just in observation. We're observing the patient. We're like, okay, she seems to be doing okay. Like that's I'm like telling people, oh, I'm not fully grounded yet. I'm not fully back yet because I am not fully back yet. I'm still being optimized from that emotional eruption. Okay. Like, I'm still coming down from like the integration. Like there's a lot being integrated psychologically because belief systems literally died. Okay, political systems in here died over the weekend during the Cancer full moon, right? So it's just too funny, but yeah. I'm gonna get... So right now we're just an observation. We're observing said patient. So now it's funny. So after I get out of this mode right here, where my consciousness is coming through like as like 85%, I've got only 85% of the avatar right now, right? After this, I'm gonna go back into emotional processing. So you're gonna see your girl. Oh, I don't know. And then it's so funny because back there, I'm like laughing at my human. It's funny. It is funny being in this body. I'm telling you, like, yeah, it's too funny. So we're gonna go to Angelic's question and see what we can dissect from it. Okay. What do you guys think about a little prayer chain though? For real. Like I shoot you guys not like my prayers of manifestation. It's a thing. It's a thing. I might come in here like on a like Wednesday or something because Wednesday's like when I arrived here, so like I'm most optimized. It's like that's when like I'm a week older every week, so my power's being charged on a Wednesday because it's the day of my arrival. Yeah, no, definitely. Do you know what? I would say that my consciousness is there, but my human ain't there yet, girl. To answer your question, Shaylee, my consciousness is there because my consciousness is like, come on, girl, we're on assignment. We know what we signed up for. And then my human's like, show me the paperwork. Show me the paperwork. Because I do not recall. So yes, no, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the guides about that one and see what we can do on that. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I love that. Okay, we'll go back to Angelic's question. What will happen between angelic love and yeah? Okay. How do you see things playing out with that situation with angelic love and yeah? As clearly as you can. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh. Tell me more. Put it into context. Oh, okay. Ricky, you are the last person on the list, even though technically the list isn't like a thing at the minute, but you'll be next after this as well, BTW. Oh, clarify. Like, put it into context for me. What does that mean? Oh. Sorry. They are here to trigger certain things. They're here to trigger certain things for you. I'm just going to put it into context. Bear with me. Oh, dang. That's the time already. You know, it's almost 1 a.m., guys. I've been out here. I'm surprised. Okay. So what does that mean? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, all good. Okay, I got you, Chaley. Angelic, what they're showing me with the situation, right? This dynamic with this person's more of a karmic relationship dynamic. So what do I mean by that? This person's coming in to trigger you at all the right trigger points to basically take you through navigating through feelings of rejection. Um, the way that they are showing me that things are going to be playing out is that there will be an inevitable end or separation between you guys, where it would be an unexpected moment of conflict, right? So it would be like them almost picking an argument basically to kind of like get their exit excuse, to be able to kind of like just kind of fob you off, for lack of a better way of putting it, to be fair. Oh, sorry, Ron. List is closed. What I will say in terms of the actual situation is that you will be able to kind of like come back from it. It's not something that's going to keep you down for too long. What do you advise then in navigating through the situation? Oh, okay, but what do you advise? Okay. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. This is what they're saying. Yes, to some degree. There's a liking, but you have to get some more information because there's other factors to the situation. It's not necessarily just about the you situation. There's other factors to the situation. You'll get more information about what is actually going on beneath the surface as these triggers kind of like start to, I guess, unfold. They do like you. It's just that there's other factors to the situation. There's a, how can I put it? Do you know if they've got kids? Answer me that question as well. Because they're showing me that it's more of a complicated situation. It's not necessarily just as basic as I like you, you like me, let's figure this out type thing. Okay. Yeah, it's not as simple as that kind of situation and dynamic. I think why I asked as well about the kids situation. I I was just about to say, I think why I asked about the kid situation is age being a factor in terms of their maturity. So that maybe what they're sort of like referring to, that he has the maturing to do in the context of the situation. And you'll kind of learn a little bit about this um, along the way. And I like, how can I put it? There's some maturing. There's just some maturing that ultimately has to sort of like be done. You're going to get more information about whether or not you want to actually like involve yourself in the situation. You're going to get more clarity. Basically, you're going to get more information to allow you to make an informed decision on that situation, because right now the decision is being made based on chemistry as opposed to a rational emotive thought, right? Like sometimes we get like pulled by the emotional tides, um and other times we can actually like, I guess, conjure different emotions depending on what we're actually like focused on. So in this kind of situation or dynamic, the goal is for you to not let the instant, I guess, or the natural chemistry and attraction just be the leading force in the situation, because there's other aspects to the situation that has to be worked through as well. So the immaturity may be something that you have to navigate through as you kind of like go through process of situations with this person. What I want to say to you as well, as far as like the, how can I put it? The abrupt ending in situations, because like I said, it feels like there's like finding something to pick at to basically kind of like make an excuse to kind of like do a fast exit. And I want to call it a fast exit because it's like leaving but not really leaving. And like there's this level of toxicity of kind of like being there but not really actually being there, so that they don't actually have to be like present. You're dealing with quite a manipulative spirit, if I'm honest with you. I'm like trying to find the best words to like put it, but you're dealing with a manipulative spirit. And when I say manipulative spirit, we all have a tendency to manipulate. This person may not necessarily be aware of their manipulative tendencies because they are still so young mentally. Like they're not necessarily actually like as aware as one would think that they are. Like there's certain things that may feel even personal as you kind of like navigate through the process with this person, but it really isn't personal because they aren't even that aware. So it's not even intentional, it's more carelessness. It's carelessness from lack of awareness, basically. So yeah, there's still some things to kind of like navigate through with the situation. I wouldn't necessarily say player per se. I would say wandering eyes, and a bit of a flirt, and somebody who likes attention, basically. So this is why I say manipulator, right? Because one doesn't necessarily mean to be, but manipulation is basically like when you know that you're in your primitive instinct. So like one may actually like the attention from females because they actually have low self-esteem, and that's what the attention's doing. It's feeding their esteem because they can't conjure it within themselves on their own, type thing, right? He's not there yet. Like there's still just like levels of maturing that has to be done. So yeah, there'll be a little bit of like boomerang effect type thing. There'll be a little bit of a dynamic with that for a little bit for you guys to kind of like navigate. Okay. So just be mindful of that. Right. I hope that was useful for you. Ricky, are you still in the room? And if so, the one I met is a 25-year-old Capricorn. Interesting, because we've got Capricorn, Mercury retrograding in Capricorn at the minute. Interesting. Okay, well, he's actually going through his awakening process, because usually like men get like their proper like first big like adult awakening around about 25. And also like it's like his cerebral vortex is actually sort of like his mole essentially here is like closing over. I feel like I'm triggering it, honestly. I can imagine so, because the actual dynamics of you guys kind of like coming into being is just more of a reference point as well, as far as like where he's at on his journey as well. Interesting. Ricky, are you with us, my love? Do you want to drop your question in the chat for us, please, and thank you, so that we can get your question answered. And then that is it. Your girl is finished for tonight. Okay, it's like practically 1 o'clock, I'd say 1 a.m. Also, I think you and I are going to be pregnant at the same time. There's me and a few in the soul tribe. That me, you, and another girl. Me, you, and another. Definitely. Ooh, me, you, and two more. Me, you, and two more. Oh, me, you, and three more. Me, you, and three more. Sorry, like I'm getting downloads and downloads to like see. Yep, me, you, and three more that like I can see on my like tribe already, that we're kind of like walking that path together. I want you to have your baby, but I've never. Girl, you and me both. Listen, my little spirit baby, bless him. He let me know about how I'm still navigating through some of the patterns. Powerful children, we are going to get it right, right. I'm like, dang, 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 dang. Have I got like the energy to actually like carry you? Okay, because you gonna consume a lot of energy. Okay. No. Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute. But it's super, super funny because he was like, do you know what? Um, so I've been navigating through what you're talking about there in terms of like, no, I have been, so since I was young, I've like known that I'm not going to like, feed my children to the same spirits or bring through like certain types of spirits. I must optimize my genetic genome of my avatar before I basically bring life forth into this realm, right? Because I don't want it to be one of those situations. But she's contacted me a few times. Oh, how's that? How's that? Because when my little like spirit baby, when my son contacts me, I'm like, it depends on what mood he catches me in. Like last time, he was telling me off about like, why do I want somebody else to be his dad? Why do I keep navigating through that process? I'm feeding him, like, even though I swear that I never do the things to him that like was done to me, like I'm doing the same things and he's not even there yet. Like, oh my God, he like gave me an earful. Literally, my ear was like, my ear was burning so bad and it was so red because he was literally like in my ear, like, yeah, mama, I don't like you when you do this to my daddy. And he was like, he told me that basically as well, like I basically got to do better. She's always with Skylar and a spirit guide of mine, who was a great grandma of mine. Oh, it's so nice when there's like a little like cluster of souls. Do you know what I mean? That's like just there. It was so funny because when he was telling me off, and then Dad was here like with his hand on my shoulder, like he was like opening my heart to be able to like receive this information and not like react, I guess, to the information and stuff. And then grandma was over on the other side like, this ain't got nothing to do with me, I'm gonna stay my ass out of this one, this is family problems, direct immediate family problems. So yeah, it's actually like very nice to know that they've got like each other over there, you know what I mean? Like, it's nice, just like we will have each other here. But Ricky, come on, man. The spirit made a very big point last night of reminding me that I am having her, that part. Oh, do you know what? Girl, me and you have been in the same class this season in that case, because I literally just came down from that class where I had to accept that it is my predetermined fate, I guess, here. Because I was like trying to explain to my partner in terms of like predetermined fate and how that ties into destiny and predetermined destiny versus free will. Because I know like free will people are like, oh, everything is all free will and this. Listen, okay? Like there's free will and then there's God's will, which is ultimate fate and the design of predetermined destiny, which is what is the greater plan for the grand plan. Um, Yes, I don't want to a certain degree. Girl, listen. These things we choose before being in this, right? Listen, I need to figure out a hack for, like how when you get with a man or you get with a partner and they give you the representative. Um, Damn, my YouTube account. I didn't know that you were still in the building. I was like calling for Ricky a while ago. Is if Ricky's not here, you can have Ricky's turn because Ricky left. But I struggle with the same thing. I'm like, no, I want to get in and get out. If I don't have any kids, then I'm not going to be building up any karma to come back and deal with. And I can just like bleed my light out into the world in this life as this Shakima character that I'm playing in this body. Right. And I'm like, well, that's the terms that I want to go on. Right. And I'm like, yes, I want to do an Oprah life. Okay. I'm going to come back and like just be an ascended master, and I'm gonna do like guidance on how to like be like obviously Oprah is gonna be guiding so many humans when she transitions on how to be a billionaire. So I mean they're gonna be getting it from the bestie. And then she don't have no kids, so she ain't gonna come back because that karma gets right. Oh, right. Okay, the karma gets right off. And then that was my whole thing. I was like, I don't want to come back. I don't want to come back. I was like, I was proper like negotiating with the kid in spirit. I'm like, look, it's nothing personal again, because it made me feel bad. Because I'm like, then it started to like make me feel like, oh, well, you know how it feels to like not be wanted and feel rejected. You remember what it was like in your mom's room, like as a child, like as a fetus basically. And like she was great because my mom like had me when she was like really really young, so I navigated through like my genetic sequence and genome is like riddled with like traumas of rejection from like being incubated in the womb basically. So the kid was reminding me, it was like, oh, like, what it's like to be like feel rejected, like how could you like do that to me? That like while I'm there I'm having a conversation. So this is so funny, right? Me and my partner are having a serious conversation about our future together and all of this kind of stuff. And then I've got the like spirit baby in this ear, I've got my dad's spirit in this ear, and then I'm just sat here like all the men in my life giving me a bloody grilling. All the men, and it's so funny, right? Because I'm literally like on the inside I'm crying, but it's like I can't even say anything to him until after I finish receiving all of these downloads, because what the child had to say really hurt me. It made me feel sad because I do know what it feels like to be incubated in that space of rejection. And obviously I've rejected him for like ever. So yeah, like, and don't get me wrong, like I know that like I'd be a good mom, not even a good, I know that I'd be a great mom because that's my intent, and I'm very intentional in everything that I do, and I know that I would want to execute being able to like activate that greatness, right? But the issue with the situation is that it's just like my thing on the situation was, I know that I'm here to optimize my genetic genome and make sure that vibrationally I'm at a certain place. Yes, my YouTube account, you can throw your question out there. I'm still gonna like do a bit of a chit chat before I get to it, maybe until I finish saying what I'm saying, but you can throw your question out there, it's fine. Yeah, so I knew it would be very difficult at this point to have another child. It's going to be hard to heal wounds in order for him to come. Well, I know. It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. Like at the time when I made certain oaths and contracts with God, because like I remember when I was 13, I was navigating basically through like a really deep, like generational demon. And this like we have like sexual deviants, basically sexual deviant spirits on our lineage. So when I was navigating through that phase, which that phase for us happens around about 13 14 in terms of the cycles for our lineage, when I was navigating through that, that's when like I saw the demon and was like, I made an oath with God that I would never like want to feed my children to any of the demons that I've been fed to, because I was observing them basically and taking notes for years, but I stayed sleeping because it made other people feel uncomfortable, and my mum didn't necessarily like me constantly talking about her demons. So yeah. Once you don't want to phase me too. Oh, I'm telling you. Okay, I am telling you. But yeah, at this point, I've accepted that they're gonna come through. At this point, I've accepted that they're gonna come through, and I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, I'm a little bit better. I'm further in terms of like navigating through my optimization, but listen. This is why I haven't to date as well, because the I guess the partner, because this is what happens a lot of the time, right? A lot of these people come and then they optimize and then they choose the worst person to actually like procreate with, and I'm like, you really gonna bring that spirit through, sis? You know what that spirit is capable of, because you've been navigating through it with your partner. You really gonna bring one of them spirits through? Like that's but yeah. See, this is my thing, right? Because my partner is always letting me know, like, I'm like, your expectations are so high, and I'm like, well, you're telling me it's taking me like 2 decades to achieve my own expectations. How do you think I feel? These standards and bars are set for me too. Like, I actually have to get to these places, and genetically speaking, like, I'm still optimizing to a certain degree, like, if we ain't there, I mean, that's the oath I made with God. I can't be bringing these demons. Don't get me wrong. Like, obviously the child's going to navigate through its own trauma, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of demons, okay? Enough for the child to be able to like, navigate. The issue is like, there are really big generational demons on our lineage that I am just like, nope, that you will not have my child. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excuse me, please. Funny thing, guys. As I was navigating through my little emotional eruption during this Cancer full moon, the suicide demon, like a good old clout chaser, popped up and was like, oh, how do you feel? I'm like, bruh, like, seriously, can I like deprogram from this belief system in peace without you trying to take my avatar out with this like death of this ego? I'm like, dang. It's like, no, you are not a thing. Okay, don't pretend. Okay, you know that I've already left you behind. Okay. I understand what you're saying. I love it. He's a very lucky little. Wow. Yeah. We're working on mommy and daddy for now. Oh, the suicide demon is such a clout chaser. I don't know. I guess I can't say anything. It was so funny because it's like when he showed up, he knew that he wasn't going to get very far with me anyways. But he just kind of had to, because like it's a natural process of like ego deaths, like when egos are dying or when belief systems are being upgraded. The suicide demon will then come in because it's like a crossover point basically, and then he'd be like, oh, you want to go with it, you want to go with this program basically. And that's the thing that he doesn't tell you. Oh, this is only temporary, love. This too shall pass. Okay, and once it does, you'll actually be able to be on the other side of this if you just allow for this to pass. But then he wants to be out here like, oh, as his ego is dying, you want to go with it? Let me take you to the other side. It may be better on the other side. No, I do not know that to be true. Okay. Yes, that's what's happening. We're getting like beliefs in like ego deaths are taking place, and then the suicide demons like, you won't go with it? It's like, no, I do not want to leave. I want for this integration to happen so that I can move on to the next phase of my greatness, I haven't told you, I don't think. Oh, tell me, girl. Tell me. All right, I'm gonna pull your cards. Don't worry. Don't worry, my YouTube account. I don't know if you're still in the building, but I'm gonna pull your card. Is Bianca B with Nay for the money and fame? Dang. Was that the question? Okay. Okay. I'm going to say this to you because they're already like giving me even downloads on this situation already. Right? The Bianca B, are they with Nay for the money and fame? Thank you. Oh, interesting. Is it? Interesting. I want to say no. I mean, the money and fame are like benefits, I guess, to the situation, but they also come with their own cons. The situation, for like, I guess the situation with Bianca B is that as much as like the money, what the money can provide is nice. Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of consequences. So there's a lot of sacrificing time. There's a lot of sacrificing privacy. There's a lot of these things, and even though like to some degree like she relishes in that, at the same time it's like I actually don't like this shit at the same time. I actually don't like this shit at the same time. Like, I actually just want normality. But normality doesn't come with the levels of financial stability that I would like, basically. So yeah, here we are. Oh, fully crossed over and remembered every second of it. Ooh, I was given a choice to come back or not. I said no at first. Oh, that's my friend Charlotte. She's had a few NDEs as well. And literally, that was the situation. She came back because her family. See, this is a thing as well. Like, I was literally thinking earlier today, I was thinking, snap, like if I was to kind of like be in a position where I'm like having to transition or whatever, and then I get to the crossroads, right, where I get to decide if I want to come back or not or whatever. Like, I'm like, at this point, like, I'm so careless. I'd be like, oh, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Yes, speaking of the suicide demon, yes, that little bugger. That little bugger. Why did you decide to say yes? What was it that like made you decide to come back to this body? If you don't mind me asking. Because I remember for Charlotte it was like family. It was family. Did you see the first sentence? Oh, hey, Astrid. We're actually just like having a general chit chat. I'm like finished up reading, but you can put your question out there. I guess if like it calls to be read, then yeah. I was actually speaking to my YouTube account, but I hope that what I said as far as like your situation, my YouTube account, your question about Bianca B and Nay, I hope my question, my answered your question basically. No, it's not all about the money. The money's a bonus to the situation, and the fame is definitely not about the fame. I'd say it's more about the money than it is about the fame, because the fame isn't it. The fame comes with too many cons, basically. Okay. But throw your question out there, Astrid. We'll see if the guides permits me to, unpack that for you and to what degree. What was the first sentence then? I was told that Chaley, you make your own choices. I cannot make your choices for you, but please go back. I looked up and said no. I'm sick of the pain. Okay, Astrid, I'm gonna answer that for you. Hang in there. I'm just like, I'm checking out Chaley's story of her ND experience. I was looked at and told, Chaley, please reconsider. You have people that love you, you have people that need you, and you have a purpose. Right? That's all good, my love. That's okay. Hey, Pearl. I thought for a minute and said, okay. I was tapped on my shoulder and woke up from the coma. I had killed myself. Was in a coma on a ventilator for 3 days. Yeah. Oh, snap. Snap. That's why you said, did I see the first sentence about the suicide demon? The shit just came to full circle. Whoa, mind blown. Oh my God, I'm literally like having shivers at the minute. So basically, you face the suicide demon, conquered that battle because you basically executed the act, but you actually leveled up at the same time. Oh, wow. Listen, Pearl, I don't know if there's a list, my love, but I mean, if the universe permits it, throw your question out there. If it's on my heart, if the guides are like, yeah, I'm open to being able to execute that for you, we'll see. Because we're actually closed up already, but we're having like a chit chat at the minute because I guess I'm out here in these YouTube streets at the minute. Friday 13th is over. Thank for that. Okay, because it was like messing up my whole little ring thing. Whoa. So you basically you face the suicide. Oh, you face what do you think you were updating at that point? Like what program was being updated? Because that's what happens basically. Like pretty much like the human is updating, and then the suicide demon will come and like to depending on the level of like density that the human has to process, a suicide demon may be convincing enough to actually like convince that person to take the human out with it, but the suicide demon actually knows if that person can get to the other side of this update basically and this integration that's taking place, then like whoa, no, completely different level. Listen, my soldier, that's what's up. Listen, Chaley, that's what's up, man. Snap. So that means that the suicide demon, they ain't got the same sort of grip, hasn't got the same sort of hold, it's not the same sort of dynamic. Like he can't touch you on the same sort of level. Like you got a different level of covering from the suicide demon at that rate. No, I hate you. I'm sure his ass still comes lurking around, okay? I'm sure his ass still comes lurking around, but as far as like him being able to like really like hold you in the stronghold that he had on you before. I resigned from my job on Monday due to mental health issue and workplace bullying. I'd like my job back. I sent an email to my boss. Will he offer me my job back? Okay, I'm gonna answer all of these questions, right? So Bianca B, yes, the clout chasing situation. Okay. And this is why I said to you, just because it looks good on the outside doesn't necessarily mean that a person's always, I guess, they're best happy, right? People who are clout chasers are basically people who struggle with low self-esteem. All that references is that she's struggling with low self-esteem and she might mask that low self-esteem with presented confidence, which isn't necessarily core confidence because it's not there, right? Because the self-esteem is lacking. Yes, she's a clout chaser as far as wanting to basically get on, but actually, as far as being able to have a normalized relationship, um, that's not necessarily a situation that is like, oh, I'm fully loving this. And we have to understand, even if there's a part of us that loves something or likes something or whatever, there's also, because everything exists on the realms of duality, there's also the equal and opposition to that as well. So there is a part of her that isn't necessarily happy with that situation, that isn't necessarily like, oh my God, as much as she's a clout chaser, she's actually a very private person or would like to be more of a private person, but because she has this clout chaser tendency, she doesn't have the luxury or liberty of being able to excuse herself by saying that she wants privacy, because the two does not coexist on the same plane of existence. You cannot have privacy and the whole fame situation existing. Um, so the clout chaser situation, yes, but trust me, it comes with its own dynamic. She's more into the money than the fame. Trust me. And that's what's chasing, that's what's, I guess, driving the whole clout chaser persona. The money is really like the actual real desire. The fame is just a tool to get said money, basically, which is why she's not like, oh my God, I want this fame. She actually wants the money, but the fame is a route to the money, basically. Okay. I'm going to answer the other question. I think Astrid, if you're still here, let me know. I'm going to answer your question now. They're saying that they're ready to answer your question, and then we'll come round to Pearl's question. I'm going to wrap up shop from there, guys, for real. But yeah. Okay, Astrid, I'm gonna answer your question. The nurse said I pulled the ventilator out of my lungs when I woke up. I was probably like, hell yeah, hell yes, hell yes, right? He was like, okay, suicide demon, round one to you, but ding ding ding, I am back. That part. What you said was, do I want to take myself out? But you didn't ask me if I wanted to stay out of the game. No, seriously, that is what's up. I am loving that. Oh no. Can you hear me? Oh, dude. And this heat as well. Mm. 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 But no, that was too funny. That was too funny. That means that the suicide demon, low key, yeah, when you level up past like certain levels of him, obviously, like as you level past certain levels of him, like you get to the next level, then you meet like a greater force of him, basically, because he has to level up with you to be able to match you and match your energy, right? But like low key, sometimes like even today when like he came and was like trying to talk that shit, I could tell that he was nervous because he knows that I see his ass, and it was like an on, how can I put it? Like there was no oomph in the attempt, right? There wasn't like a, you sure? Because I remember, listen, there was a time where I was navigating through such like emotional trauma, and like I was navigating through updating all of the sequence of my ancestral patterns and the trauma that was basically existing on those levels, that like the suicide demon will come and torment me for days. He'd be like, throw yourself off the cliff, B, like what are you doing? Like go to the balcony, go do this, go do that. Another person's suicide demon even like attached itself to me at one point, and I had to basically get an exorcism done for that one. The same friend Charlotte, basically I was training her up, well, yeah, I was training her up to basically do exorcisms on me, because during that period I needed like as many exorcisms as possible, boy, because yeah, like these spirits were out here, like as I was activating, the spirits were trying to like drag me back down basically into dissension, and I was like, no, I want to be great, let me be great, guys. And I was like forcing and pushing. No, it's so good, beautiful. Thank you guys. Okay, you guys are the reason why I had to like, come through all of that stuff and be like, look, I ain't got no time for the F shit, man. I gotta tell everybody about y'all. And this is the thing, like, whilst I've been navigating through these process with these different demons, like I've been learning them, I've been training about them. So this is why they wanted to take me out as well, because obviously once I start to give like their game plan and how they move and all that kind of shit, it's like now the game is really leveled, right? Because right now the game is like really unfair. We don't have enough information about how they move, how they flow, like we do and we don't, like to some degree. So what do I mean by that? I mean, we do as in like there's a lot of it in like religious context, but we don't, because even the mysticism of that information is basically desensitized, it's like filtered through, so we don't even know how like to activate on certain things basically. But don't worry, got that shit coming in 2023, man. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. That part, Charlie, that part. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Astrid's question, and I'm gonna ask your question, Astrid. Okay. Astrid wants to know, right? So Astrid wants to know, how can they improve the relationship with Jaden? There's been some tense energy, and they haven't been able to fully understand each other. That's typical Mercury retrograde. Like literally, it's funny because like during Mercury retrograde, like in the last couple of Mercury retrogrades that we've had, like I've been saying to my partner, like when the retrogrades are over, I'm like, oh my God, we did so good in that class. We really worked like well in communication class, because that's what, like when Mercury goes retrograde, it's communication class. Basically, we're learning about how we communicate and how we interpret certain communications, what lenses we use, what kind of listener we are, like what kind of energy we use to basically like project certain things that we're trying to explain. Like it's a whole class, like a whole class, like to the point where it's like, I think this time what I learned about my communication was like areas where I was like misrepresenting myself, where I would basically have I made some uncompromisables compromisable for the sake of an attachment, basically. And I learned during this communication class, nope, spirit of resentment will come and like let you know, nah, not me, not me. So we ain't gonna do that. But I think it was a backlog from before as well. It was a backlog from like this pattern persisting for a while. So yeah. So Jaden and Astrid's relationship. What can, okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Let me know if you're still here as well, Astrid, because obviously I'm reading for you. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's a bit more of an advanced class for me since I have Gemini rising and Mercury. Oh, I've been navigating the class with my Gemini. So this has been an interesting class. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I really appreciate that. Oh, dang, Astrid. Okay, y'all. Okay. Come on. Okay. Ooh. Sorry. I'm like, I want to say hallelujah. I want to say hallelujah. Look at that. Like my veins start to pop out and everything, right? Woo! Hallelujah. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna have to like even put my hair up because I feel like I'm getting hot, even though like the heat is out. But listen, I'm gonna tell you about what's going on with this one for you, beautiful. Yeah. So, oh, that's better. Okay, look. What you can do, and this is, I'm going to give it to you from the basics, right? To help you to kind of like navigate through this class, because obviously you're going to get tested on this during the next Mercury retrograde. So you guys keep communicating, not necessarily to resolve the issues, but you guys keep communicating. So let's say like something small comes up, your conflict resolution skills, not where they need to be. They're not where they need to be. Everybody's trying to be heard and not necessarily seen, right? I'm Gemini moon, Gemini rising. Ooh, dang. Sorry, pal. I'm like, whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot to navigate. Whew. Oh, oh, dang. Oh, let me show it. Let me show it. Oh, no. But yes, Astrid. Sorry, sorry, I got lost. I got lost in all of the stuff that's going on. So yeah, the thing is, you guys aren't necessarily. So this is the thing. You guys aren't communicating. Like during this tense period, like this tension is here basically to kind of like force you guys to basically communicate about the issues that really are the issues, right? These are really the actual issues. Like this tension is only an indication of the problems that is actually like beneath the surface with the situation. So they're saying that the issue is that there's a few areas where there is some, yes, I guess we will go, yeah, that part. You guys aren't having heart-to-heart conversations, basically. That's what they're putting across. You guys aren't having heart-to-heart conversations. You guys are having mind-to-mind conversations. So ego clashes is generally kind of like what's taken. So consider it like this, for instance, right? It's like you might be in a certain mood and you're speaking to Jaden from the place of your mood, as opposed to like speaking to him from like beyond. Like you have to basically go deeper in your heart, because the mood is just the surface, right? The heart, that's like the outer layer of the heart's auric energy, right? The aura that your heart's emitting, sorry. So that's just like the surface layer as far as the mood. There's like a depth to that, right? And that depth, like you're not necessarily communicating. You guys, both of you guys, sometimes aren't necessarily communicating from that place. When you're frustrated, sometimes you can project your frustration at each other. Sometimes it's not intentional. Sometimes it's not intentional. It's just like the energy of the frustration kind of like comes across a certain type of way, and then the other person might get triggered, and then they start to, I guess, they start to shut down, which again causes frustration in different areas. So basically, what you guys need to be doing is actually articulating your romantic feelings. When I try to have a heart-to-heart conversation, he turns nonchalant or doesn't want to talk about the situation. Okay, so this is why you guys are struggling to have the heart-to-heart communication. And this is why at that point it then becomes a clash of the egos, because your your egos wanting to be able to obviously like input this information and upload it into his ego, I guess, or his conscious awareness. Interesting. Okay, guys, so all right, tell me, so if this is the case and you guys know, give me a second, let me finish the question. If this is the case and you guys like know, right, that they are navigating through this, what can she do to navigate through this barrier of his? Then talk to me about that. Let's talk about that, because if that's what she needs to do and she's trying her best to do it, let's give her some tools. Words communication are very powerful, and once you settle with Mercury, he has your back in a fabulous, what? Trust me, commanding way all of the time since we, right? 100%, man. Yeah, he should, because that's what's happening. Obviously, he doesn't have the emotional development, so he doesn't have the emotional capacity to be able to navigate through these feelings. His walls will go up, his defenses are up. He doesn't necessarily want to go to like a bad place. He doesn't want to go to those low vibrating places because he doesn't necessarily know how to process them. And you may actually get like reactions that you are not trying to summon, but he's not adept at basically like actually navigating through conflict resolution. So the reason why you're struggling to have these heart-to-heart conversations is because one of the classes that he's a little bit behind in is conflict resolution. Okay, so yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Intuition was definitely on point. Um, what can Astrid do then, guys, to like navigate this class with her chosen candidate? Like, come on, man. You know we're trying out here in these streets. It's hard. Okay. What can she do to be able to like help them to kind of like optimize? Okay. 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 Interesting. Thank you. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Right. Okay. Okay. Damn, my intuition was on point then. I've always felt like he doesn't know how to express his feelings, so he just learned how to put up his guard and just avoid it because it's the easier path. In theory, yeah, it feels like the easier path. It's just that he doesn't realize that it's actually the more difficult path, actually. It's just that that's the path that he's least desensitized, he's most desensitized to. So that was something that he learned, I guess, in his younger years, to be able to like avoid conflicts, and keep the peace, quote unquote, peace. And this is the thing as well, like, especially because like men are kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of designed to be able to serve in a different way. What they're saying with the situation is that when his guards go up, that automatically means that he feels like he's about to be attacked. So he's on the defense. So the thing that you need to do is basically let him know in having any of these conversations that check the temperature, basically. So you're going to check the temperature before you kind of go into like really diving into these conversations, because sometimes you may be having these conversations at inconvenient timing. So these are times where he's like, I'm not looking to go that deep within myself right now. Okay. So he's not necessarily willing to face that. So you check the temperature. You never just like you know pop up with it just because that's on your heart. That's on your heart because it's something that needs to be addressed, and you're going to have to kind of like identify how you're navigating through the assignment, right? However, what you need to be doing is kind of like letting it be known, okay, this is a team situation and I'm coming in trying to tackle some of the issues that the team has. And we all have our different baggage. What I'm trying to do is get an understanding of what your needs are and expectations, so that I can also articulate to you what my needs and expectations are, so that we can like have just a little bit of a clearer vision moving forward with the situation. Always check the temperature. What that tells me basically is that there is trauma around the throat chakra area, where it may have been a situation growing up for him where his voice wasn't as validated in his experiences growing up. So it was probably a lot of situations where he wasn't able to kind of like speak up for himself because there wasn't the room for the adults around him to really be able to kind of like receive what he had to say. So now he's just kind of like learned how to suppress and repress as a way to maintain balance to him, or what's perceived as balance, which is conflict avoidance. But without conflict, you don't learn conflict resolution, right? So he has to go through the whole process of conflict resolution. Just let, like, as you tackle the situation, just check the temperature first, because his walls are only going up because he feels like he needs to be in defense mode, and he needs to know that he's in a safe environment. So you're going to have to, you know your person. You know your person. So you're going to have to like nurture that wall. And instead of like wanting to break through the wall, it's about like letting them take the time, I guess, to come to their own perspective on the situation. Hey Katie, yes I am. I'm actually like closing up shop, to be fair. I said that like a million times ago before, but yeah, I am going to be shutting up shop soon as well. But yeah, do you understand what I'm saying here, Astrid? Like with the situation, um, what you need to, yeah, I guess my energy is kind of like running low. I'm surprised, like I said, I've been able to kind of like be here for this long, but yeah, you can come through next week, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, please come through next week. You're good, beautiful. So with the situation, Astrid, you can't necessarily like just go full steam ahead with the situation, like where you've got these assignments because you're the one that's, I guess, a little bit more aware of some of the issues, right? So you have to kind of like be the one to address the issues. Um, I told him that I'm here for him always, and I feel like maybe it would take some time to fully know that it's a safe place. But yes, I understand you. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Um, and there's things that you can do as well, like when you speak. So when you're speaking and you're like affirming these words to him as well, like make sure that your body language is also saying it as well, because sometimes our words are saying one thing, but our body language is saying something completely different. And also make sure that on your energy, you're saying that as well, because sometimes we might wear the frustration of, oh, you don't want to speak to me right now, as we're trying to sort of like say, hey, I'm here for you. This is a safe place, right? And then it's like there's a little bit of stank attitude in the air because of frustration of you not necessarily wanting to speak. It's really the tone that I'm speaking to you with or from. So that's probably what you're actually picking up on, which is why you don't necessarily want to tackle the issue. But again, you also have to check yourself. You have to check yourself to make sure that you're not necessarily like going into the space with any levels of bitterness. Not to say like any levels, because naturally, like some of these parts of ourselves, they need to be expressed and they need to be articulated, right? So they're going to show up to let us know where we actually are with the situations at times, right? But what I'd say is, yeah, there's definitely like room for you guys to kind of like come together and be a little bit more, how can I put it? So tackle the relationship issues with your friend. Okay? Does that make sense? So, like instead of like Astrid coming to tackle the relationship issues with said partner Jaden, how about friend Astrid to friend Jaden, like, hey friend, this is really upsetting me. This is really making me feel this way or whatever. This situation right here, I think we need to sort of like get that under control. So maybe sort of like have those conversations from like the friend dynamic as opposed to the partner dynamic, because the partner dynamic tends to be a lot more emotionally fueled, which means that it can be like literally being on opposite ends of the field and objecting to each other's thoughts and feelings, and both parties asking for, well, I'm not getting this from you, well, you're not giving me this, and it can kind of like go into that kind of dynamic instead. So if you go from the friend dynamic, it can sometimes the conversations can more so go like, friend, this is where I feel like you could do better in terms of certain situations. And this is where I feel like I could have done more. Is there anything else that you need from me with the situation moving forward? And take it from that angle with the situation as well. Also, have a conversation, because I'm going to tell you something. You're coming to the point where your cap is almost met. You're coming to the point where your capacity is almost met, and you may get to the point where the time that it is taking for him to get to this place where he's ready and willing to have these conversations, he may get to that place and he's having that conversation with a frustrated Astrid that has actually already emotionally checked out of the space. So yeah, I would say, like, with the situation, like, have a conversation with him beforehand. Even so, you're gonna have to sort of like do like these little things. So when the friend, I guess, goes to address the conversation with their friend, it's like, you know what, I really need you to work on this, not necessarily wanting to speak about things. I understand that you don't want to kind of like, raise any conflicts, but unfortunately, some of these things are causing internal conflict anyways, because these are issues that needs to be addressed. And if you want to be in this relationship with me for the long haul, we have to work at conflict resolution, because we cannot solve our issues like this, because I'm not the type of person to solve my issues like this, which means that if you continue to navigate your situations this way, naturally you will shift out of my existence, because we will no longer be a vibrational match, because there is only so much that I can withstand this. There is only so much capacity and bandwidth that I have for this behavior. My tolerance is waning. It's thinning at this point. And like, I'm not saying that to put you on edge. I'm saying that to put you on awareness, right? That I'm trying my best to navigate through this situation with you based on where you're at, but also equally based on where I'm at, because I'm actually willing to have these conversations with you. And I can do my best to try and have these conversations. But these conversations, I need you to meet me halfway. I need you to meet me halfway. I'm never coming to attack you. I'm always just coming to tackle the issue. That's it. I'm coming to tackle the issue for the sake of strengthening our relationship. Okay. And I think that that will kind of like help to bring the ego down a little bit, long enough for you to have a breakthrough moment where you can plug in a new pattern of conflict resolution class, as opposed to like conflict avoidance is the best remedy. It's just not, for the type of being that you are, the relationship won't necessarily be sustainable for too long. Okay. And they actually have to be able to like understand that if you guys want this, these are some of the things that you guys are working through, like compatibility issues, because this is a place that you guys basically don't share necessarily the same values on the situation. But yeah, yeah, compatibility issues. This is what I say to you as well, though, as you kind of like navigate through the situation. Just know that a lot of this, like, lack of his voice, like, it's to do with confidence and throat chakra stuff. So it's to do with like actually like low self-esteem. And when I say low self-esteem, it may not even be low self-esteem in like all across the board. It may just be in like certain classes, basically. Like, he might have low self-esteem when it comes to the very thing that you're trying to have a conversation about. He doesn't necessarily feel like he's got the confidence to be able to like actually, do whatever it is that the issue might be. Do you see what I'm saying? So in the process, he has to be able to kind of like help to build his confidence in the process, which will help to build and strengthen his vocal cords to be able to kind of like utilize the spirit of courage, instead of constantly, whenever conflict comes up, activating the spirit of cowardliness and kind of like shying away and going into deflection. Obviously, not every battle is worth fighting. So sometimes the spirit of cowardliness is literally just there to help you like save yourself the breath of getting to another day and getting off the battlefield until the next big fight. But yeah, some of the like conflicts the spirit of courage needs to be activated to be like, yeah, I'm just going to tackle this and get it over and done with. But that, my love, I think will definitely help you guys to be it, because you guys like want the same thing. I think it's just that you guys are sort of taking different paths to get there because of the upbringings, which pretty much just kind of like shapes the way that we engage and interact, really. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Whoo! Shaylee, can I get that update now, please? Beautiful. Dang. Thank you. We said it at the same time, girl. I'm like, whew. I'm gonna take it in. Pearl, if you're still there, throw your question back out in the chat, and I'm gonna do your question and sign out for the night. Oh, thank you, Shaylee. That's lovely. Mm. 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 Yes, please. Copy paste. Thank you. Mm. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you so much for this energy, Shaylee. I can already feel like the optimization, because I almost like complete capacity met, almost. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you, Astrid. I appreciate you, beautiful. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I'm glad that it resonated. And I'm glad that, like, you asked the right question. You asked the right, because we're in the right season for it, like literally right. Because like this is exam season right now, okay? Like with the Mercury retrograde sort of like coming to an end next week. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Charlie. Thank you. Pearl, we've got your question. Beautiful. Okay. I was sorry. Thank you, Pearl. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate that. Like I could feel like do you know what I mean? Like it was just like, which was nice. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate you so much. Trust me. These are some of the places, like coming here is where I come to kind of like remind myself, because sometimes my human like gets lost in the mundane. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, sometimes my human gets lost in the mundane. So when I come in here, like this is where like my consciousness gets to like fully activate and be like its full self. Do you know what I mean? Like none of the like sleeping state, like when you go into like a somber sleep. Like, nope, full on conscious out here. I know, I see them. I see them. I see them. And see, this is the thing. I think for myself, I like, how can I put it? Like I genuinely feel like my assignment or my job is for me to kind of like leave this place a little bit better than when I came and saw it. Do you see what I'm saying? So if I'm kind of like giving like negative energy to a person, like that's the legacy that I'm leaving behind. Like I'm gonna get like a whole breakdown and snippet of my life, and I feel like there's already so many things. I wouldn't say I've got any regrets, because I feel like everything that had to be is. But at the same time, it's like now that I'm at this stage of my life where the level of consciousness is activated to a certain point, I want to make sure that I leave a good representation of this version of myself versus, when I wasn't necessarily as aware of what I was doing and how I would basically throw a dart. Like, I don't even want my attitude to be stank, like speaking to people anymore. Like, and if somebody does kind of feel like my attitude is stank, like, I want them to tell me. Like, I prefer for them to let me know rather than me do it subconsciously without realizing and telling myself that I'm not doing it because that's my intention, because that's what happens a lot of the times. We're like, oh, but I didn't mean to, that wasn't my intention. But just because you didn't mean to doesn't mean that you didn't. It just means you weren't in conscious awareness of it, I was going to tell you, just in case you haven't realized, Shakima, you have helped me get my engines going again, working towards my life purpose. And I'm, oh, thank you, beautiful. Like, thank you. Like, you guys don't even know how much you guys support me, in navigating. Every day my human wants to quit her job. Okay. And I don't mean like my mundane job. I mean like my spirit job, like my purpose. Literally, we went through a process after this emotional eruption again, and my human was like, I'm done. Like, all the work that you guys need me to do is going to take too long. Like, all the souls that I'm assigned to, I'm trying to call them and I don't know where they are, and you guys need to make this easier and all of that kind of stuff. My mind is going 100 miles an hour. Like, you guys really, trust me, whatever you feel like I'm giving to you, you guys are giving to me. Trust me, it's a pouring. This is some temperance energy, okay? It's all balance. We pour out, we pour in. We pour out, we pour in. Oh, my spirit guys are really thankful and really love you too. Oh, I love you and your spirit guys. They're cool. They are so cool. I like their space. I like their vibe. They have a hard time getting me to bash. Guilty. My human struggles with it as well. But you know what do you know what I love about us? As much as we might take a sabbatical, because that's all it is. We might want to give it the whole big show and hoo-ha, oh, I'm gonna quit. No, you're gonna take a sabbatical, okay, because you want to be able to kind of get back to your human's experience as well. It's not just about the collective hard drive, it's also about the independent hard drive as well, and trying to kind of get back into that place. So I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm laughing because I'm just thinking the recent one. They didn't even take me seriously when I tried to quit. They were like, "Girl, who are you kidding? Take this time, okay? We're gonna leave the room. We're gonna give you some time to come down from this energy, and we'll be back soon." I was like, sabbatical. Listen. Sabbaticalistic strikes 100%, because that's what happens. When they're like, oh, we know you ain't quitting, you know you ain't quitting. I'm like, okay, fine, well, I'm on strike then. They're like, for what do you want? I'm like, well, I want better this and I want better that and this, that, and the other. And they're like, all right, we'll give you this. And I'm like, okay, I'll take it, but I'm still gonna take some time off to consider it and decide when I'm willing to get back to work. Hell yes, I did think so as well. I was like, oh, sabbaticalistic. That's literally what it felt like. Okay, it's the sabbaticalistic strikes. No, definitely. Right. So let's go back to Paul's question. Sorry, Paul. We had to unpack a little stuff for a little bit, but we do get back to the questions. Okay. Sorry, they're asking me to kind of prep up, so they might want to put things into context for you. Okay. Right? That's what I'm saying. I was literally. Mm, it's a good word. I like that one. Oh, thanks, Paul. Thank you for your patience. Much appreciated. Okay, so Pearl wants to know, right? We know the details. So Pearl resigned from the job on Monday. Ooh, interesting. The cancer forming got you, eh? That part. Um, due to mental health issues and workspace bullying, I really didn't want to resign. Will my boss give me my job back? Okay, okay. You mentioned that you'd sent an email already as well. Okay, guys. With this job situation with Pearl, right? You guys see, she left on Monday. The cancer full moon stirred things up emotionally, right? Again, because we're in this class of like navigating boundaries, learning about what we can and cannot withstand, where our tolerance levels are. During the process of learning this class, she learned that she doesn't necessarily, at that time, had the emotional capacity. Oh, okay. Sorry, they're asking me questions to ask you. Why do you feel like you have the emotional capacity now to go back into this space? Because the bullying isn't necessarily going to end and the environment still is what it was when you left it. So why do you feel like you have the capacity now to go back into that space? That's my question, or well, their question to you in terms of the situation. Firstly, let's start there and then we'll kind of like move. Okay. I am exhausted. 100%. I am exhausted. Sorry, Ricky. I did call out for you. It's unfortunate. Please do come back next week. And come in here so you can get here like bright and early to like get to the top of the list because yeah, we're gonna be unpacking some stuff, I'm sure. Um, yeah, I've been here for like 4 hours. Dang, like it's a lot to channel all this energy. So yeah, you're gonna have to come back next week, Ricky. I'm sorry, and thank you for having my back on that there, Chaley. I appreciate you. Um, but I like the job because I had rest. I finally got days off. Okay, okay, and I need the money. And I liked the job. Okay, okay. I'd work 10 months straight without leave. Okay, okay, okay. So you were basically at the point of emotional exhaustion, basically. And that's what's causing, like, that was what caused the mental breakdown. Um, okay, 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 okay. Show me then, guys. How do you guys see the situation playing out, like, with the job? Oh, okay. Oh. I could no longer accept myself. Oh. No, I completely understand. Honestly, for the most part, I manifested a really good government work from home job because I knew that I didn't want to be around people because I'm a bit of a weirdo. And it would be hard to just like sit in everyone's space and channel all of their information from their spirit guides and not say shit. So I decided that's probably not the best space for me. Okay. When did you message them? Right? 100%. I couldn't. I couldn't. Okay, you messaged them today. Okay. Asking to meet and chat. Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like literally just didn't specifically ask for job back, but explained exhaustion, lack of rest, etc. Apologize for quitting on the spot. Hmm. Do you see them wanting to getting the job back? Do you see them wanting to talk getting the job back from guys? Okay, thank you. Okay. So yes or no then. Should get the job back. Okay. I should get the job back. Hmm. Sorry, I'm like going through the sequence of like how things may be unfolding with the situation. Okay, 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 okay. I'm gonna say this much to you with the situation, right? Um, you are going to be able to go back into the space. It's not necessarily over yet. You're going to sort of like navigate through being stealthy. You are going to get your wish fulfilled with the situation. It's just as you're kind of like navigating through the process, you have to bear in mind that you're definitely basically putting yourself back into a position where you are where you're not how can I put it? You're putting yourself back in a position where obviously you're still in this environment that is making you sick. Basically this environment's making you sick. The bullying, the atmosphere, everything about it is making you sick. It's causing you emotional sickness, which is then having a psychological impact on you. So even though you're going to be granted the opportunity to go back into the space, right? Because and the reason why you're going to be granted the opportunity is because you are a valuable asset as well, right? You are a valuable asset with the situation. When I resigned the last time, he said, I don't know what other bosses did to you, but I'm not them. I'm not going to do you wrong. And he slammed the door and stormed out. Yes, toxic workplace. So this is the thing. You have to, if as the universe is you're like you really want this badly, basically you're vibrating on the frequency of like grasping it already, and because you've already had it, it's easy for you to kind of like go back to or resonate with the vibration of what it's like being in that space. What I'm going to say to you is you're going to have to figure out what it is, because this is what this class was teaching you, right? What is it going to take for you to basically be able to withstand being in this environment? What I'm going to suggest to you is that you may want to I know you need the money, right? But you may want to lessen your hours and create room for you to also basically like pour into something else that you also like to do as well. That may be like a seed that you can plant as a means to be able to generate you income, um, you know, I was the last trained worker he had left. Okay, so that's precisely it. That's precisely it. So um you're going to get this opportunity to go back there, but you have to figure out how you're going to adapt to the environment, because what you were doing before isn't it, and it's not going to suffice going back in, because basically when you left you leveled up, which means that new levels, new devils. That's just the way that it works, right? So now that you're going to go back into the same battlefield, but he had me working 40 hours a week with no break. Yeah, so I'd say, you know, you have to go back in there to be able to like negotiate terms that are going to be more beneficial to yourself as well, right? As you're kind of like, you might want to, like I said, lessen your hours potentially. That might be the thing that's going to be able to kind of like get you to where you're needing to be. Or it may be a situation that you may actually also have to look at. If you're not going to be able to lessen your hours, you may have to look at getting time off at least once every 3 months, basically, where you just kind of like take 3 days out of the week off. And you just kind of like have that time for yourself. If you have creative passions that you want to basically start to cultivate the seeds of those creative passions, and really like nurturing some of those creativity, I'd say definitely lessen your hours, put like start to nurture some of those seeds as far as some of these passions. um, I need like a week away from that place every few months. This is what I'm saying. Like at least every 3 months or so, just let it be known, okay, I'm going to need to be able to check out for about at least a couple of days, like a good 3 days. So how you could do that, if you need a week, basically a week off, how you could do that is to basically request time off, maybe on a Wednesday, so that request time off from a Wednesday, so that you have a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday off. And then you've got Saturday, Sunday, if that's your work shift pattern anyways, where you've got the weekends off, basically, right? So you'll get like a good solid 5 days to just kind of like recuperate, because the first day is basically like your body. So you think you'll agree to meet and chat? Yes, because I think that you're a valuable asset. um, and I think that there's some frustration there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say that there isn't, because they've gone through a whole process now as well of like uh, panicking about having to like get a replacement and stuff like that. So you're going to basically have to meet the energy of that frustration at some point during the conversation and dialogue that you guys have. But yeah, just be mindful going back into the space, because that's why they had me ask you questions before they even answered anything, because they're like, you're saying that you want to basically you want the job back, but the people haven't changed and it's still the same environment. So if you're willing to walk away, what's going to change this time? You going back in, basically, right? And something has to change, something has to shift. That was the whole point of this whole existence of this trigger for a paradigm shift. So yeah, that's the situation. I definitely say the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday situation, finding people to cover shifts. Exactly that. I think it's just a case of like finding the right situations. And also, I want to say this to you: own your power going into that space. Own your power going into that space. Like a lot of the times, people are basically just projecting their own demons. Return to sender. Okay, my love? Literally. Send that demon back to whatever pit of hell that person has dragged it from within themselves and is projecting it at you. You have to get yourself more mentally resilient going back into the space, because it is going to be a case of you basically going back into an environment that has some trauma for you, for lack of a better way of putting it. I thought I could create change there, but it didn't happen. He tried to crack down on the bullying a little, but he chickened out. The main instigator has a personality disorder, I think. Yep, definitely personality disorder. Definitely a personality disorder. It's actually it's how can I put it? How can I put this? Yeah, it's kind of like a knock spirit meshed up with a little bit of a bitchy type of spirit as well, which was basically like that combination was breeded from a place of like disapproving disappointment. She is super sweet some days, but she turns yeah 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 maybe a little bit bipolar, maybe a little bit, definitely maybe a little bit bipolar, not necessarily diagnosed, but they're unaware of basically like, and bipolar is really just more or less like a way of talking about not necessarily being optimized with one's emotional management. That's all it is. So she's basically not that great with her emotional management, and the days when she's pretty much a bitch, because that's the level of spirit that's there as well. It's a not bitchy spirit. When she's having those types of days, I guess the best way to handle those types of spirits is to really just face them. Just face them. Consider demons like feral dogs, right? If you ever like see these like dog training videos and stuff online, it's a case of actually, you know, taming the feral beast or taming the feral dog, and in order to do so you basically have to like meet it on its turf or territory, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be bitchy. It just means that you have to pretty much just kind of like match the energy as far as your representation of that energy. So if they're coming with this level of like bitchiness, you're coming with this level of compassion, grace, gratuity, like all of these different things, to be able to make sure that it's a fair fight, basically. He, the boss, is on the spectrum, and his communication and understanding of people is lacking. There's no support anywhere, unfortunately. Yeah, I know you want to go back in, but definitely, like I said, cut down the hours, focus on, and this is a great opportunity for you to be able to like venture into some of those creative passions that you have as well. And the universe is going to utilize this opportunity as a gateway for you to be able to step into that ascension point for yourself. Okay, so look at it as that, think of it as that, and navigate through the situation accordingly. Okay. On that note, guys, I am going to love you guys and leave it there for you because I am exhausted. It is now after 2 a.m. and I need to go to sleep because it is just too much. Thank you, Chaley. I appreciate you. Thank you, Pearl. I appreciate you for the sub. Okay, guys, I hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Great week next week, okay? Mercury retrograde finishes up, so I'm going to come and check in with you guys. We might do some prayer circle on Wednesday when the retrograde finishes, okay? So look out for that as well, okay? I'm sending you guys much, much love. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you guys for an awesome night. Enjoy. Bye.